So, welcome to the talk today about Jaws 1975. I'm here with author Douglas A. Burton. I have to say, this movie is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's really a very well made movie, in my opinion. I actually saw this in the theater when it came out, and I was maybe 4 years old. And it was scary. I don't know
Wow.
why they put me in the theater at that time, but it was scary. But it was one of those things that I never forgot. Never forgot the scares, the music. And this is probably one of the reasons why I love movies so much, was just that experience of being in the theater so young and seeing this movie, and maybe not understanding what was happening, but definitely getting the vibe of the chills and the music and all of that. Later on in years, Jaws is just one of those movies you hear about all the time. People have not stopped talking about it, and I learned to appreciate it even more and more and more over the years. As of course, it was in syndication, and you would see it in the TV version of these movies back in the 80s, um, and then more recently, I think I've seen it the most more recently, since we've got streaming and we can have our own copies of this movie to watch at any point in time. It is really a much deeper movie than I had originally formatted. Oh, okay, this is a scary movie about sharks in the water. No, this is a character study movie. This is about characters, and it's about fear and dealing with your fears.
A
Which
primal
which
fear
I
at that.
Yes, and every character, or at least the main ones, the main three have fears that they deal with. And what was your experience with Jaws?
I did not see Jaws at the theater.
Okay.
I was born in 76, so I wasn't even really alive when it first came out, but I was a little guy. It was a new movie still there. But I remember my first experience with Jaws was when I was a little kid. We would play hide and seek in the house. And back then it was record players for the most part. I had baby boomer dad and mom, and my dad had the record player in the living room, and he had a lot of soundtracks, right? LPs,
Ooh.
soundtracks, and he would and he had a lot of Beatles and Rolling Stones, typical of his generation. And I would sometimes hide in we had this dog leg closet. And so I would put like a blanket over myself and I would hide. And, when you're hiding under a blanket, you have to create a little hole so you could breathe.
Yes.
And my dad had his LP stacked on the ground in the closet. The one on the front, I'll never forget, was the Jaws LP. So in the front of
Okay.
this stack was this image. So I'd be hiding under this like blanket, staring at the stack of records in the dark in this closet. And this is what I'm staring at. And I'm like, oh my God, like that girl's in real trouble. That shark is gigantic. So of course, the image is famous for its provocative, primal triggering effect of like being eaten by this giant eating machine with teeth. And so finally, at some point, when my dad said, "Do you want to see this movie?" I was like, "Boy, I don't know. Does someone get eaten by a shark in it?" And the answer, of course, is yes. But so my first experience was watching it recorded on a VHS off of cable. My dad put in the VHS, and we watched it on TV. And of course, I was completely captivated. And I still, to this day, remember the first images underwater. You're in the shark's point of view.
Yes.
You're kind of hanging out like you're a shark. You're seeing like the foliage and the of the bottom of the sea, and it's got the
Yes.
and it picks up, and it starts to pick up until you're cruising along with the shark, and then there's blood in the water.
Yeah.
And it's a hard cut. And I mean, you're grabbed by that opening scene, and so I'll never forget it. I'll never forget seeing Jaws, and I remember, and we'll get into the details later, but seeing a man get eaten by a shark. Horrifying for a child's mind, the imagery of that, and staring at it. It's like watching one of those National Geographics where you see these zebras, they get pulled down by a lion, and you're like, what are they thinking? There's no escape. What is that poor animal thinking right now? And you start to think about that. You're like, it could happen to you, in this movie. So that was how I got brought into Jaws.
Yes. How old were you again when you saw it for the first time?
I mean, I must have been about your age, 4 or 5. So
Yeah,
the movie had
yeah.
come out by then. In fact, I think Jaws 2 was already out by the time I had seen it.
Okay.
I think Jaws 3 was coming. So I
Okay.
saw it before Jaws 3 came out.
And you had some really interesting comments to say about the 1970s and the box office around that time. What were your thoughts there? I know you have some images for me to pull up.
Oh yeah, so it's funny because you don't realize any of this stuff when you're a kid. You know, they're just movies and they're on. And little did we all know we were in a golden age, in my opinion, in filmmaking and in storytelling and in
Yes.
you know, it's funny. The new Superman movie came out in 2025, and they could not really get away from the John Williams score. They kept
Yes.
kept the basic theme, and so it's just dawned to me that the filmmakers of the early 70s and in the 80s, and some of them have carried this tradition on into the 90s and beyond, but specifically late 70s and 80s, I would say they did such a good job of telling us stories through the visual medium.
Yes.
With great soundtracks, great acting, great visuals, convincing scene, that we've never gotten over those films. But
Yes.
what we forget about a little bit is looking back at what was happening in the 1970s. And believe it or not, Hollywood, similar to today, was in a decline. They were in a decline, and the box office sales were dropping regularly. So there you could see 1965, suddenly you see it drop to 66, 67. That's a trend, folks. I mean, there's no way around it. That is a trend. It seems to be consistent. And in 1972 is considered the bottom of this decline. So 1971 was the lowest box office sales. And many of you may or may not know, but 1972, the box office was revitalized really from The Godfather. The Godfather
Yes.
came out in 1972. Mario Puzo, Francis Ford Coppola, and suddenly there was a little bit of a craze at the theaters again.
Yeah.
And my uncles, who are baby boomers, you know, they're older than me. They remember they like it when you talk. They like remembering the hype around The Godfather, this great film adaptation that depicts, you know, a life in the mafia. In a very humanizing way, with unforgettable performances by Marlon Brando, Al Pacino, Diane Keaton. But you see, and then after 1972, the box office dropped again, came back up in 1974. And so Jaws is part of the revitalization of Hollywood. You have new filmmakers coming in. And I would argue, and I think this is an easy case to make, that this was really the film that put Steven Spielberg on the map in Hollywood as someone who could tell a story and deliver. And
Yes.
Jaws, not only deliver in terms of filmmaking, Jaws is considered one of the first ever Hollywood blockbusters. There was a hype around Jaws. You know, a lot of people in my generation remember every bus stop, every side of a bus, every billboard had Batman. You know, in 1989, the Batman was everywhere. Jaws did that in 1975. Jaws was everywhere. And so you had this real big surge. The box office was coming back. You have new filmmakers telling great stories, and you have this new composer named John Williams, who with very simplistic notes captures the sort of primal, you know, hunting of a shark in the water. It's great music. So the 70s brought Hollywood back, and really they changed Hollywood forever, because right after this, you've got Rocky coming out. You've got Star Wars on deck. Superman's about to come out. You've got Star Trek 1, Alien, The Black Hole. I mean, you have all of these movies coming out, which really set the entire table for the 1980s. And to this very day, these films have long outlasted their summer box office run.
Yes. And you just see that huge jump.
Coppola and then Spielberg, you know, you have new Hollywood coming in to who they're like, we know how to tell a good story, and they did, and we've never forgotten their stories. and I think you mentioned this is another book adaptation like The Godfather.
Yes.
You know, this was Peter Benchley's story of the same name. It was a novel, and they adapted the novel to Jaws. Jaws accounted for 12% of the entire box office in 1975. All other films combined are that like blue shape, but You have Rocky Horror Picture Show, which was kind of a runaway cult classic.
Yes.
And then One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is also a classic. So you have those three films anchoring the box office, but Jaws was the big one.
Yeah.
Spielberg, and it's funny because if you try to put yourself back into 1975 as if we took a time machine, not many people heard of Spielberg yet. Not many people heard of John Williams yet. And look at those two. They teamed up for the first time, really. And you've got the biggest pie piece of 1975. Little did the world know that this is a team that's going to be around for a long time.
Oh, yes. Cinematic magic. Yeah, just all of the movies listed here are just really good.
Barry Lyndon. That's another Stanley Kubrick film.
Yeah.
Shampoo, Dog Day Afternoon, another Al Pacino.
Dog Day Afternoon. You must see that if you haven't already. It's fantastic. And it's way beyond its time.
Yes.
Let's get into Jaws.
Yeah.
The iconic poster is so incredible. Roger Castell did the poster. Look at that beautiful poster. I do remember seeing this when I was a kid and just getting the shivers because you know that poor just like you, that poor girl. That poor girl. Yeah. And, you just know what's going to happen. And then the size difference between the girl and the shark was also another key element to add into that fear. Yeah, I remember the promotions for this was just riveting. But like you said, it is a book that was written by Peter Benchley. David Brown, together with David D. Zanuck, produced the movie for Universal Pictures. Peter Benchley's book is very similar to the movie, but there were many, many changes along the way, and we'll discuss them as we go further into the storyline. Stars Roy Schneider, Richard Dreyfuss, and Robert Shaw. Directed by Steven Spielberg. John Williams composed the film score and earned him an Academy Award, a Golden Globe, a BAFTA, and a Grammy. So
wow.
He was on the map. He was on the map. But unfortunately, even though Jaws was such a highly heralded movie for 1975, it did not win any other, didn't take over the awards ceremony.
And one of the reasons thought of for that is because we showed that chart, how the establishment was in decline. And so you have these new guys coming in and suddenly they're outperforming the establishment. So the Academy wasn't necessarily keen on rewarding the upstarts, for their fluke excellence with Jaws. You'll never hear Spielberg or Williams again, these upstarts. Yeah, that was kind of the thinking, I think, in 1975.
Yeah, I mean, and they may have had some promise or felt like there was some promise in John Williams, but I think in general they did treat a lot of the younger generation with gloves or whatever. They treated them
maybe.
Yeah, with a little less. They were a little less impressed with what. The audience was incredibly impressed and definitely brought a lot of business to Hollywood. And the score is the sixth greatest score according to the American Film Institute. So that is a pretty high praise.
So I'll tell you, I'm a soundtrack guy. And so not only do I own most of these soundtracks when they were cassette tapes. I now have the CDs, and now I have the LPs even. I've gone back and repurchased a lot of these as LPs. And a lot of these films now have expanded soundtracks where you get all this music that was never around before. Now we're treated to all this music. And the Jaws soundtrack is much more than that iconic shark theme.
Yes.
There's so much more in there. You have this beautiful, uplifting, seafaring music when they're chasing the shark. There's dramatic music. I love the montage music when the 4th of July is starting and you've got all the tourists rolling into the island there. So the soundtrack is just incredible. And I encourage people to get the complete soundtrack if you could find it and listen to the whole thing.
Yes, it's really good. The film also got an Oscars for Best Film Editing and Best Sound. It was shot mostly on Amity Island at Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts from May to October 1974. It was the first film to be shot in the on the ocean. The first
Oh, what a
major,
disaster, too.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, the first major motion picture to be shot on the ocean. In 2001, the Library of Congress selected it for preservation in the United States National Film Registry, which
As
is,
well it should. This is a piece of history. This is a piece of American culture that will stand for all time.
yes,
And yeah, honestly, the shooting on an ocean was such a it was like a rule of thumb in Hollywood. You just don't do it.
yeah,
You know,
it was
it's like crossing the
crazy.
streams in Ghostbusters. Like, you know, you don't. And he's like, I think I'm going to cross the streams. And this guy's kind of an, like we said, an upstart director. To break a fundamental rule like that, you're betting your career.
Yeah,
And if you're going to do it, it better be the best film of the year. It better be the kind of film that's selected for for preservation in the United States National Film Registry one day, because you don't break this rule. And Spielberg said you were never going to get the authenticity that the film required
yes.
if you shot using the techniques and
Oh,
strategies that Hollywood used for you know, C-word, things like that. And it's great because when you do watch the movie,
yes.
you are out in the sea. You do not see land.
There are many shots of just the water,
Yes.
like Dune, where you only just see shots of the sand dunes. It's just like that. Initially, don't pay attention to those things when you're watching a movie for maybe the first time, but that's something that is really impressed upon this movie, is that the ocean is its own personality, is a character in the film.
Yes.
And we get to see that. So let's start into the story, which is really great. Oh, I also wanted to mention it's the first film to earn over $100 million, and it was rated PG, and we didn't have PG-13 just yet,
We're
even
about
though
10 years away from PG-13 here.
yeah. I mean, and maybe it should have been PG-13, because there's a couple of scenes that are a little bit, uh, that may have, worn it a little bit. But we start off with the underwater scene that you mentioned, where we're underwater and we hear the theme, but then we go to this scene here on the beach where there's young people have gathered together to kind of hang out and play songs and
Kind of a
enjoy the
post-hippie teenage hangout, right?
yes, we were getting that hippie vibe. And there is a girl, a guy on the beach. He's clearly been drinking a lot. We get this girl who's
Chrissy.
like, yes, Christy, and they make eye contact, and they don't really get to talk very much, because immediately she just starts taking off running. He struggles to keep up with her, and in fact, he doesn't actually make it to the ocean, and he just like passes out. But she's swimming in the water, waiting for him so they could have a lovely swim on the moonlight, under the moonlight. It's romantic. It's very romantic, I think. She was setting the mood for him, and he was too drunk. And maybe that's
Unable to follow the cues.
yes. Oh, maybe this was a good chat thing this time, because little does she know that there is a lurking predator that is, and she is just doing all of these wonderful like moves. And immediately when I saw her swimming, the way she was just really loving that water, remind me of this movie.
Creature from the Black Lagoon. We covered this one. Yep. Did a watch
Yes.
party on it.
And the creature, watches her as she's, just lovely swimming in that in that water, and that goes on for this character too. But unfortunately, there she is. He goes in for her and takes a nice chunk. But we sit
it's
there.
such a famous camera shot, because I've always been amazed, because she's like nude.
Yes.
You don't see anything. It's kind of amazing how well this is done. You don't see anything, and yet you totally perceive her as the shark. You're coming up from underneath, which is a very unusual thing. You don't
Yes.
see this kind of thing. It's coming right up to her. So it's odd that in Jaws, there's these moments where the film tears away the POV, which even in
Yes.
writing we do. The point of view is the shark.
Yes. Yes.
You get to be the shark coming in for the kill. It's a very interesting decision on the part of the director, in my opinion.
A little bit later on, in 1978, there was a movie called Eyes of Laura Marsh. I really love that movie so much. But that movie, you do get to see the POV of the killer. And I think Just to Kill, they did some things like that as well, where you get to see the POV of that killer. And that is sort of become the trope of a lot of movies after Jaws. It was something that seemed to be consistent, like, oh, now we're looking through the eyes of the killer. And it really create this moment for the audience where you're like, get out of there, he's coming for you.
Closing in.
Yeah, so there's an extra sense of tension because you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think from an audience point of view, although the camera places you in the point of view of the shark,
yes,
as human beings, we cannot also at the same time get out of the point of view of the human. So there's a sense of like, we're closing in on ourselves.
Yes,
yes. Oh my God, we're about to go down.
Yes, it's so wild. And it's just one of those incredible, like Sam Raimi does it a lot, is where you get the camera kind of moving closer to the object it's of the or desire of the bad person or the killer or the zombie, and you're terrified for them because you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this was really a tough scene because the shark doesn't just grab this girl and that's it, and takes her under. He tortures her a bit, like he's like yanks at her and swims around with her, and until he finally takes her down underneath the water. And I heard that was very hard for them to film because she was actually on a rig underwater, and I think she broke a couple of ribs while doing that stunt. And also they needed to get the sounds of her gurgling in water and screaming. And
it's pretty memorable.
They described what they did was they had her in a tank in a offset. They like poured water down her throat. It sounds like some sort of torture procedure, but they got the sounds that they needed for that last moment when she gets pulled under. It's the care to the details of this kind of stuff that you don't think about it when you see it. It looks so realistic, right?
It does. She's being jerked around, like the way she's shifting. It's certainly not the actress doing that.
Yes,
your mind knows that something's jerking her around under there. Whether it's a crane or whatever, or a device that they're using, it doesn't matter to the audience. All we know is that something's moving this girl around. She's terrified. She's screaming, like you said. It registers in her head. There's water in her voice, which again is a primal like, uh-oh, that's not good. Yeah. And every time I watch, there's a moment where she gets one reprieve and she grabs a hold of this buoy and she's like, yes. Oh, thank God. And you're like, get out of the water. And she doesn't make any effort to get out. And she's just happy to get this reprieve. And for whatever reason, I always hate that because she doesn't do anything to get out of the situation. And then, of course, after that, it grabs a hold of her, pulls her, and then yanks her down. And that's all she wrote.
Well, when you get a look at the shark later on, you also probably like she didn't even have a chance, even if she did try to get out of the water. Yeah, because he's way massive. And the way that the shark is pulling her just gives you an idea of how powerful and strong it is. This isn't a small shark or even a normal size. This is a mammoth, a behemoth of a creature because of the way it's pulling her and yanking her around.
There's different primal fears of predators, right? There's the wolf fear. Wolves are smaller than we are. the fear of a wolf is it's going to be down by your knees. It might get a hold of your legs. You're scared of your legs being grabbed and nipped. Maybe it drags you down. Maybe it pulls you a few feet. But a shark is larger than you.
Yes.
And it's playing with you. You are nothing. You have nothing. A wolf, you can climb a tree, right? Like there's a sense that if you're in this environment, maybe there's a chance for escape. But in an ocean, you cannot see below you. The plane of the ocean is where your vision ends. And so I call it the attack from below. I've analyzed this in story attacks from above versus attack from below.
Yes.
And I haven't finalized anything. I don't know what the distinction is, but I do feel like there is one. We talked about it in Aliens, where the aliens drop down from the ceilings or the face hugger versus Hudson, who gets pulled down into the bed. So there's something about the attack from below that is also very primal and terrifying. And that's what this woman is experiencing. And that's what we're all experiencing watching her. And it's horrifying. And this is the ultimate fear manifested.
Yes.
That's something you can't see that is ultimately nothing but power and teeth. Mm-hmm. It has you, and there is no escape for you, and you're going down.
Now, one thing I also wanted to say about this particular scene is that you just hear the sounds of what's happening. There's no music at this point. And also, I noticed at certain points during the movie, they don't kick in a score, because what is necessary is for you to hear what's going on. It's a sensory moment to hear all of this going on with her, the horrible experience of being attacked by a shark. I'm sure created a lot of fear for a lot of people who watch this movie, and we're like, oh my God, I can't get in the water, because of this particular scene. Like, you could be just swimming along, enjoying yourself, and you get attacked.
Yeah. And like I said, you can't see it. It's going to come up from underneath, and it's going to get a hold of you in its mouth. It's not a hand that's grabbing you. It's a mouth, and it's a big mouth. And the creature attached to that mouth, it weighs what your car weighs.
Tons, And there's sharp teeth.
Yeah. And the other thing is, you mentioned the score. So the score is played underwater as the shark approaches. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. When they don't play the score, it's actually not a shark attack. So later on in the film, when the kids have the cardboard fin,
absolutely,
they play on that. They show you the point of view, but there's no music. You just hear splashing. So there is a cue there to kind of secretly let you know, are you a shark or not?
To verify, this is exactly who you're definitely. The music lets you know exactly when you're dealing with Bruce, who is
named after Spielberg's lawyer.
Yes, affectionately, the monster in the film, the shark. This is the part that's probably the freakiest of it all, is that at the end of it, there's absolutely no sign that she was ever there. There's no blood. Like, it's just, she's gone. And all you have is the water covering up the scene of the crime. And it's terrifying.
And you just feel like the buoy dinging in the distance with the soft lapping of the waves. There's nothing disturbing about it except what we know just happened here.
Yes. So that's also part of the scary part. And something about a body of water that you don't know what's in there, if there's like a school of fish, or if there's jellyfish in there, or there's crabs in there. You have no idea. Release the Kraken. You just don't know. You have no idea. It's beautiful and haunting in many ways. And I thought that they captured that right here in this moment so well. And
it's you almost get the sense of like a sandcastle that's just been washed away, and there's just nothing left of it.
Yeah. The next scene, Brody, who is our main character, Martin Brody, and he is the sheriff of a very small town, Amity. which is like a beach island where a lot of people, these guys live there all year round, where the busy season for them is the summer, where they have more tourists come in.
You
And
get
they're
those
able
summer
to,
dollars.
yeah, to get to, and that's how they make their money. And then during the winter months, they use that money that they made during the summer to feed themselves and keep going.
Right, which
So
is an economy completely unique to that island. And this movie does have something that's important for screenwriters and writers: opening dialogue that tells you something without just explaining it to you. He's
yes,
like, the kids are in the yard. She was in Amityville. You say yard. And he's like, it's just the car, not too far from the yard. And
yes,
she's like, you sound like you're from New York. So right there, we know these are city guys. This is a city family that has
yes,
moved to this small island. And from a character development point of view, think about it. And he says it later. He goes, there's never been a murder in this town.
yes,
He's the chief of police, and he's chosen to be the chief of police in a city with no crime.
yes,
That's a character development attribute. What does that tell you about Chief Brody?
yes,
He is risk averse.
yes.
Doesn't like
And
danger. He wants a job that's easy. He's not looking for run-ins so he's hiding here. This
he's
is a
hiding
New York
here.
cop hiding on this island.
Yeah, and he explains it a little bit later that he was on the streets of New York, and the beat was too ridiculous for him. He didn't he is running away from that action, if you will. And so little does he know that he's going to find something interesting here.
Well, and
But
he
he's also like he's to make the pun, but fish out of water. Uh, is not familiar with the way things are done
correct.
typically in this environment. Even he was able to get the job, but he also has to learn from other people. What is the normal procedure around here? What do you
Yeah,
normally do when this happens?
local politics are brilliantly woven into the opening sequence everywhere. There's the kids karateing the fences, right? There's the guy who's, there's all sorts of these little things going on. And then the procedure, what to do? Do you call it a shark attack? Well, not in this town.
Yeah.
You yell
Oh,
shark.
at least, yeah, at least not yet. And so he's getting the call that they found something on the beach. He doesn't know what it is yet, but he thinks it might be it's a dead. He knows that it's a body, but he doesn't know exactly what it is. In the
Right.
background, in this particular scene, people are talking over each other a lot. That's
Yes.
a commonplace thing that they used to do in a lot of movies, in older movies, and which I think is very something I think they should bring back because
Well,
that's
I was actually going to point that out too, because it's not just the idea of people talking in the background, although that is there too. I think Spielberg in particular had a thing in the American nuclear family where there was a sort of chaos in the house. There's like
yes,
multiple things going on. And you see it in Close Encounters of the Third Kind and E.T., where you have this sort of foreground action. And in the background, there's kids jumping and screaming and yelling. And you have these baby boomer parents, basically, with these Gen X kids that are all chaotic. So I actually think it's the beginning of a commentary on Spielberg's attitude toward the nuclear family with baby boomers as parents.
yeah,
His
yeah.
generation becoming parents, and so he hurt the kid in the background, the child hurt his hand on the swings.
Yes, he said it was a vampire, which I thought was hilarious.
Vampire.
Yeah, just the conversation going on in the background. He's asking to go to the water, and you're like, oh no, don't go to the water because something just happened, kiddo. Don't go out there.
Well, the audience was privy to the scene of the crime. We saw the crime. We're
we
witnesses.
saw that, so we're like we're you in a little bit like screaming like, hey, no, don't let him go out. And she's like, yeah, okay. And then you kind of get like you said, the atmosphere of family life for these guys, and the kind of relationship that they have, which seems to be very casually close. There's no arguments or fuss, and they seem to be getting along very well. In the book, I think, however, there was some tension between the wife and and the husband. And Steven Spielberg commented that he didn't really care for the characters in the book very much.
Mm.
Okay, here's something very interesting. You see the boy, Michael Brody. He's got his outfit to go to get in the water.
Yep.
So here he is. He's going out into the water. There was just a murder out there. So at this point, we don't know. This is the part too where the wife says to Brody, hardly anything ever happens. So he's not bored, but he doesn't have a lot to do. So this
It's a safe
is
job. It's a safe law
very
enforcement
safe.
job.
This is a safe job, and his family gets to hang out and enjoy the weather and the beach. And this picture is actually on the beach where they find the body of Chrissy. And like I said, the actor here is showing us exactly how horrible this thing is. He can barely keep himself together.
I think that's Jeffrey Kramer. I think that's the actor. And I believe, if I get the story right, he wasn't actually an actor. He was kind of a local guy that they used.
They used a lot of local people for this
Yes.
movie, and some of which who helped them a lot with putting this together. And
Yes.
we'll point them out as they go along. But you get the sense like whatever he's looking at is awful.
You can't look at it, right.
This is a picture of parts of the body, and
Crab.
there is a stinger there. Sort of like a sound cue, like meow, and you're like, oh God. This is, of course, Martin Brody realizing this is horrible and looks like a shark's attack. Then he does this, looks back to the water, because he has to face the water in order to get through this. He knows that whatever it is that attacked her is out there, and he's the one who has to deal with it.
That's right.
And so this is sort of establishing what the hero has to do eventually, which is face that ocean out there, that water.
So briefly, I'll just say this here. Jaws is my classic example of a story that begins as a heroine's labyrinth and ends as a hero's journey, almost exactly at the midway point. So if you notice, so this scene is great because that scene is saying the second half of the film, he's going to have to go beyond that horizon. He's going to have to go out there.
Yes.
Ocean, like desert, you mentioned with Dune, is considered liminal space, vast wilderness. It's dangerous out there. It's not your native culture anymore. That's what's out there. An unfamiliar, dangerous environment.
And that is his destiny.
That is his destiny.
Yeah.
He has chosen this job to avoid danger.
Yeah.
And now there's this like wild danger out there. He's looking at it.
Yes.
And if you notice the first half of the film, the sea has almost nothing to do with Brody's problems directly. He's dealing with native culture problems. He's got politics. He's got the masked minotaur of this is Mayor Vaughn, who a social apex character who has a different agenda and is causing problems. And this guy must be unmasked in order to progress. So for the first half of the film, that's Brody's problem. He's navigating the labyrinth, the native culture issues, which are very prevalent and very clearly demarked in this story. And in the second half of the film, we see the hero's classic departure in return. So you really have these two elements at work, and they're very clear in Jaws.
Yes. And one thing I wanted to say is that this fear, the water, you can actually see it so like woven into the story gently until it breaks. His fear breaks. You can literally see when it breaks, and we'll discuss that as it comes along. But it tears when he sees that ocean. His response is just so riveting. He's clenched up, and you can see the tension in him. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to face this. So we get to his office, and this office is so uniquely 1970s. It's this tiny little office. This is the police station. The secretary is like, comes in and she's sort of doing her own thing, and um
Yeah, she's
and
got a long laundry list of like action items,
yeah.
local problems that he's supposed to respond to, and he's like, yeah. Hold on, shark attack.
Yeah, because and this room is hardly bigger than like bigger than a bathroom. It's
No
really tiny.
computers, it's all typewriters.
Yes, and I wanted to get a clip, just the picture of the typewriter, because according to the coroner's office, they said shark attack. Okay, and so he's actually typed this into his report, and
Right, which isn't an arrow. I mean, it's official.
it's official. That's what the coroner said.
And look at the
Okay.
date up there, by the way, July 1st.
Yes.
So we are like days away from like jackpot day, and he's like,
Yeah.
shark attack.
Yeah. And he estimates that it happened around 11:50 p.m. and that she's a student. Really cool information on there. The next thing is that he is
Cornered.
he's cornered by the mayor. The coroner is also there,
And another bureaucrat.
and another bureaucrat.
And by the way, my dad used to work in politics in the early 80s. So these sort of like guys, like they're very familiar to me, these local politicians.
Mayor Vaughn is the name of the mayor, and he's very concerned about the summer dollars. Summer dollars are very, now it comes from an honestly good place. Now in this picture, before we go any further, I wanted to note that they are actually on a rig that is going, a ferry that is going over water, a body of water, and we have Brody holding on to the railing, like almost like for dear life.
Very good, yeah.
He doesn't look like he's fearful, but he doesn't like it. And even later on, his wife mentions that he likes to stay in the car when he's on the ferry. So there is
She's like, it's called a fear. It's a drowning.
Yeah. What's the medical term for that? So then this is all within 12 minutes of this movie. The mayor suggests like, oh, okay, well, it could have been a boat, right? And so the coroner like steps in and starts to lie and say,
he
yes.
says, so the coroner is the guy facing the camera back there, right?
Yes, with the dark gray.
Yeah.
Suit.
So the dialogue is very well done. The mayor kind of pitches this as, I just don't think you're familiar with our circumstances, which is a true statement. That's a true statement. Brody knows it. The mayor knows it. The guys surrounding him knows it. And then he's like, well, what else could have done it to that girl? And they propose an alternative. We have an alternative theory.
Yes, it's happened before.
Brody, right. So they're like, well, it could be a boat. She swims out a little too far. She tires. And he's like, we've seen it before. You have two guys coming at you. And then he's like, well, then the coroner would have to change your report. The coroner's like, and I'm prepared to do that. Yeah. So at that point, what's he supposed to do? If the coroner says it's a boat accident,
yes,
and the mayor's pressuring, and the mayor's got full backing of his bureaucratic staff, you could see how Brody is cornered effectively here, because ultimately his authority comes from that coroner's report. He can only respond to what the coroner said. And he even presses the coroner. He's like, and you'll stand by that? And he's like, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Which will set up a scene later when when Matt Hooper comes into the picture. He really posts up this coroner, and I always feel some satisfaction there. But early on, this is a classic bureaucratic, hey, can we adjust the results a little bit for the better outcome?
And I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this before we go any further. Brody does begin the process of closing the beach just before this. He says, okay, start putting out the signs. Start putting out the signs that the beach is closed. He went to the paint store, the art supply
store. Has to do the printing.
Yeah, I mean it's very rudimentary, very basic. But he's like, we got to make signs and put this out, and begins the process until he's stopped by these guys and convinced, don't close the beach.
Well,
so he has the power to close the beach.
And it's funny because I've heard some people be like, treat this movie as a attack on capitalism, where it's like, well, people put dollars at. It's bureaucrats. These are government bureaucrats doing this. People need to remember that. They could have shut the beaches down. They had the information.
Yes.
But to be fair, I'm not trying to demonize city officials or civil servants. To be fair, you do not want to. Like, if I'm in the government, the coroner is a little confused. You don't want this to be a shark attack. I understand that you don't want it to be.
Yes.
I definitely can appreciate, well, let's make sure before we shut the beaches down. I think that if they handled that way, I would have been more forgiving of these characters. Like, hey, let's just make sure. Let's bring in the next. But they're like, no, let's go. We have an alternative theory, and we're just going to go with that.
Yes.
And keep our fingers crossed, which is essentially how this movie is pitched. And that's
to
why
be
these
honest,
are bad guys.
We know that it was a shark attack.
Right.
But they don't have enough evidence. There's a girl who is,
but they do have evidence. They have a dead body to which a coroner has said this is a shark attack.
Yes.
So there is, this is going this way, and it's these officials that come in and divert it back to, hey, let's, at this point, we're going to assume it's a boat attack so that we can do 4th of July. I mean,
yeah. Well, when I say proof, I mean a shark's tooth in the body. You know what I mean? Like an actual gun. Yes. That would have solved the problem right there. But because there was no like definitive proof, they could change the truth a little bit. Yeah, they were like, oh well, how can you really attest to that? And but the coroner, I feel like, is like where you kind of, as the audience members, start screaming when you hear the coroner say, yeah, well, it could be. And
he looks kind of like a guy who's been turned around, right? He looks like, it could have been a propeller, Yeah. So, I'm mad at that guy too.
Yeah. So I mean that's the thing. But to get back to Mayor Vaughn's position, he is doing what he thinks is the right call for the community, because if they don't make those summer dollars, as he calls them, they're going to starve during the winter. It's going to be a rough winter for that town. So in his mind, if we could keep the beaches open and before we settle all of this, at least we won't be out of money if we can at least get through 4th of July. And he makes a good case to the other guys. They go along with it because they don't want to starve during the summer.
Well, it's a legitimate concern.
It is.
If everyone goes out of business, then what the heck? What's that going to do? That's not good either. So
yes. So it is a tough situation, but at this very point in time, Brody still is the last call. He at this point could have said, no, we're still closing the beach, but I think it was the intimidation of these guys coming, ganging up on him, saying like, you're going to make everybody starve this summer because you're afraid of
well, and then this is classic bureaucratic peer pressure, because the idea is we're all agreeing that this was a boat attack.
Yeah,
you're going to stand by that. So Brody, it's like you're safe. There's safety in numbers here. This is a herd, and in this herd, the story is it was a boat attack. So you're not putting yourself out there, Chief Brody. We're all agreeing with you. Now we see later that he does get pegged with responsibility. The idea here is that we're all agreeing to this. Don't worry, you're not at any special risk, is kind of the way he's told.
Yeah, exactly. And it couldn't be further from the truth. So that very weekend, they do have everybody, kind of come out to the beach. Nobody is really aware that there was a shark attack. I think they do know that there was a dead woman found on the beach. Yeah. And so I don't think that they're but the people are taking their time very gently to go into the water. There's this kid who's asking mom, hey, can I play a little bit longer in the water?
Alex Kittner.
Alex Kittner. And unfortunately, she says yes, and he's a good boy. Now, on the side is Brody and his wife and some other neighbors. It's very interesting because Brody's wife is asking one of the people, when can I actually consider myself one of the people from the area?
An islander.
Yeah, an islander. and they're like, you can't ever be an
You have to be
islander.
born here.
Yeah, and so that settles that.
But see, that's also good writing, because obviously the writer found this discussion, or found this demarcation line somewhere out there, and they included it, so it gives the beach culture some authenticity. You know, that the beachers like, no, you have to, unless you're born here, it doesn't count. You'll never be an islander.
Yes.
That's just the way it is. So, but that's localizing, that's orienting your audience to this local world that these people are in.
Yeah, I love that. I thought it was a really nice touch to give us sort of a sense of what these guys, they're coming into a new community and they will never fit in, you know,
Right.
and to know, like, well, if you'll never fit in, how do you exist within that community? Do your best, right?
Yeah.
And be grateful for what you get. We also get this dog.
Pippet. That's
Yeah.
Pippet, the dog.
Yeah, we get this dog in the water, and we're like, okay, well, we know that there's something out there, and we're just freaking out as we're watching kids and dogs like get into the water. This is not cool.
Well, and this
I
is
love
one.
the fact that we're scared for these, you know, people.
Well, and this is one of the few in the movie where they don't ever really explain. He's just missing in a later scene. You know,
Yeah.
you see the owner being like, Pippet, Pippet, and the dog never returns. So it's like either the dog drowned, or more likely the villainous shark got him.
Yes. Oh, good old Bruce. And and here we get sort of, you know, Brody is trying to relax, and as he's doing that, there are so many people coming, at least two guys come up to him and you know, asking him about their problems as he's looking out into the ocean to see if anything is happening, because that is his, you know, we talked about it being his destiny, but also like he's at war with the ocean right now. There,
Right.
you know, he's scanning for any anomalies to see and make sure that people are safe as much as possible from his ability. This guy comes up and he's like, "Oh, can you deal with these this problem?"
Zoning violation.
Yeah, it's like, okay. And meanwhile, you get this, like, you know, he's kind of dodging, like, okay, could you like move this way so I can see what's going on out there? So he's trying to do the surveillance while everybody's kind of like in his way. I love that.
Well, it's a lot of solicitations from the this guy's a civilian, and he's wanting, hey, can you make these like parking violations go away? In essence, you know. So
yeah,
you know, and by the way, this is very thick. This is why it's very good labyrinth writing, because you see all the rules of the society, all the people trying to circumvent the rules.
ooh,
You know,
yes.
appeals being made. You know, there's a lot of this sort of politicking going on constantly in this. Like I said, even down to let Polly do the printing. Like there's, you know, everyone's jockeying for something here. There's a lot of procedural dialogue in this. Anyway, you're right. It's great. It's great dialogue in the 70s style you were talking about. It's almost background dialogue.
Yes.
Because
yes.
the camera, like him, is trying to focus on what's going on in the ocean.
And this guy's just like, yapping away.
He's like sincerely making this pitch about, you know. So.
And then we get another guy.
Great shot.
There's him like looking over the shoulder, like, can you get out of the way so I can see? And then this guy comes along.
There's a scene right before that. So Brody is, you know, he's trying to relax, but he's also, like you said, you know, drowsily surveilling the waters there. And then there's this girl who screams.
Yeah.
He's like, that's it. And he sees that it's a guy picking a girl up out of the water.
There's a lot of like false scares.
And then the other one is there's this like heavier woman floating in the water, and behind her is what looks to be the nose of a shark, which is Harry's hat. So this what looks like the head of a shark, and all of a sudden Harry pops up and he's like, "Hey, Chief!" And it's like, "Oh, come on." So when Harry sits down and is like very chummy, like, "We all know about you, Chief. You don't like the water," you know, and he's like, he yells at him for wearing the swimming cap.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, that's some bad hat, Harry. And he offends the guy because he was upset that he thought he was a shark. So yeah, that one line created an entire production company called Bad Hat Harry Productions. So there's a Bad Hat Harry production studio out there, and it's all based on this one line from Jaws when Chief Brody scolds this innocent older bather for daring to wear a shark-colored skull cap, bathing cap.
Oh my God. That is wild. So yeah, I loved it because there were so many false flags of, false fears that were going on where you were just like, oh, this is the moment, and it wasn't.
Right.
So
It's really playing into this idea that he's got a little developing paranoia of
yeah.
sharks here.
And we have because we know for sure that the shark is out there, but
Right.
we don't know the cues yet. I think at this point too, it may be difficult for people to associate not figuring out that the music is also, and we get
Part
the
of the clue.
POV is part of the clue, right? But right now we're just like, okay, everything. Oh, these people are just they're just sitting ducks out there. They're just going to start disappearing. And so,
and they blend the Alex Kittner dialogue into the background of all the other dialogue. Like you said, you got the guy talking about zoning. You've got the other lady talking about what it means to be an islander. You got this little kid asking just a little bit longer for his raft, which is Alex Kittner. So, and then these guys decide they're going to play football in the water. So it's really like this moving wheel. And it's like, which one is this wheel going to stop on?
Oh, yeah. And you don't really get the idea until
Pippet. Well, it's funny. As a kid, I always thought this dog's name was Tidbit. I thought he was always saying tidbit, which I thought was ironic. I remember I was saying something to somebody one time. This is like 20, 30 years ago. I was like, I love the irony that the name of the dog is Tidbit, which is like a little morsel. Like, that's great, but the dog's name isn't Tidbit. And I was like, what? Like, I had to go to like the script to find out that the dog's name was Pippet.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, so this is our first clue, and it's done very cleverly because it's like the wheel is spinning, right?
Yeah.
And here it stops on this. The owner can't find Pippet, and it's kind of breezed over. Like the camera just passes by this guy, and the dog's not answering the call, and it's like, right?
Yeah.
Something happened.
Something went down, and maybe we're not going to see Pippet again. And then we get the underwater music. Yeah, and we're just like, oh no! Looks like the Alex Kittner boy is his target. We get this awful scene. Well done.
The blood is awful, right?
It's just squirt. It's just
the geyser of blood, and you could see him kind of flailing back there. And the part that always gets me for some reason, I always make these observations, like what makes the scene work. And there's a part to me that I think really helped the scene. It's the reaction of those football player kids, because those are like your bros, right? They're not afraid of anything. They're young guys. They're out, and they all stop, and they're like, and the way they look around, they're off. They're completely out of sync. They're on guard and confused and scared in that moment. And I think that little reaction from those football player boys just augment that scene from brutal, bloody to a tragic communal event. Really,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's slightly overdone.
It's overdone. If you focus on just Alex Kittner and the shark, if you're just staring and you see the geyser of blood, it's actually hard to make out the shark in this.
Yes.
It's hard to if you actually focus on it, it's hard to make out the action. That's what I'm trying to say is there's this moment where the shark kind of leaps up and grabs the boy.
Yes.
Then you get this blood geyser gushing out.
Yeah.
You get the football player kids that are like, what the hell's happening? And you got this old couple that stand like, what was that? And they stand and you get this reaction. Okay. And I actually think it's the reaction that scares the heck out of everybody. Including me, the viewer. It's watching everyone react to this that actually alarms me the most when I watch this scene. And then, of course, the director comes in and gives us this perfectly toned shot of
so good
horror manifested. Your worst nightmare happened. You were watching for this, and there it is, right?
Yeah. It's so great because he was already tensed. And to the point where his wife had to come over and give him a massage. But when this happened, it's the confirmation of his worst nightmare. This is not the way you want to find out that there's a shark at your beach. And so he's horrified. And that zoom in was
great
just
shot.
like
it just
confirmation.
Right. So you get this communal reaction. So that is a third person or a kind of a universal point of view. You're getting all of these characters reacting, and then the director comes in to our lead to Chief Brody, and you get this stretch zoom shot on his face, and it's the perfect shot at the perfect moment with the perfect effect, and it captures everything that you'd want in this moment for a viewer.
Yes, absolutely. And the more I see zoom in shots, especially when they're at moments of surprise or realization, it's like absolutely that's exactly how I feel when I see when something happens to me. I'm like, you kind of reel back and you're like, because that's just a natural reaction, and that's what better way to present that on screen that way in that particular fashion.
Well, and the reason this moment is so important is because, like you said, in the opening shots, there's a shark attack. Chrissy knows it, Bruce knows it, and the audience knows it, and that's it.
Yeah.
So this is, and the coroner thinks it and then backs off of it. Brody thinks it and then back. So this is the first time that everyone on this island knows what's happening.
For sure.
The truth is out there.
Yeah.
The shark is struck, and we all saw it.
We all saw it. And there's this moment where the boys who are playing football, they're still in a little bit of shock.
Right.
And then the blood on the ocean starts to come towards them, and they're like freaking out, like, don't let that blood touch me, almost. And that's when everybody like loses it. It's so great. I'm not sure if I have the right shot for that scene, but it is definitely like one of those moments. Everybody's like rushing out of the water, and it's pandemonium. And I hope I was able to collect it, but Brody jumps up and he runs towards the ocean, but doesn't get in. He stops right at the edge. He does not get in. His son is out. The mom goes in to go get the son, but he doesn't. And he's, yelling to everyone, get out of there and move this way. He's trying to like give some direction as much as he can, but he will not. Again, the fear of that water, he is not getting in there. He is not.
Yeah, which is great characterization, and you have to understand, not you, but like these are all decisions either the actor or the director or the writer has made.
Yes.
And as a writer, I'll tell you, there's a billion ways your character can respond to anything, and so getting it right consistently is not as easy as you might think. And like this, like we're breaking down the movie, it's such a reward to see that the pattern is intact everywhere you look.
Exactly.
It's a reward. And that's what makes a great movie great, is when you start to unpack it, you see that it all holds together. Yeah. Even a little detail like, Doug, did you notice that Chief Brody didn't get in the water? It's like, of course, why would he? He's not there yet.
Yeah.
But an inferior storyteller might have made him rush into the water because they weren't thinking about what that means. So you have expert storytellers making the right calls on all these little details, and it has an accumulating effect that creates a classic.
Oh yes, and that is for sure like one of the it's like it's those little details that like you said rewards us, and I love that. I love that term, the reward of watching a movie like this is paying attention to these details that you can easily overlook. You can I've seen this movie so many times, and I've missed it many times, except for when I found it and I was like, oh. Look, he's not. Well, he's not getting in there. His fear of the water is real.
Well, I'll be honest, Retro. I don't think I ever isolated that moment as. Did you notice he didn't get in the water? But like you said, you pointed out. I'm like, naturally, that's perfect. I'm like, well done, good job, writers, and good job, Retro, for seeing the pattern intact for Chief Brody. This is the guy that does it in the look at him. He won't even get into an inch of water.
Yeah, he won't even go in there. And even though his son is in there, his wife had to go in there and get the son out. So
great point.
Yeah, it's just astounding. And then we have,
and there's one person without a chair when the music stops.
Mrs. Kittner is the last one to like you said, where's my chair at the end of where's the shark? That was her boy out there.
And it looks like her only child.
her only child. It's heartbreaking because
Well,
it could have
now
been
the town's
avoided.
involved. You
Yeah,
know,
it
the
could have been avoided, and that's the part that's really heartbreaking about it. Chief Brody's initial instinct to close down the beach was the right call to save that boy's life.
Well, they had all the right facts. The coroner
Yeah,
got it right. Chief Brody got it right. It was the public officials that came in and said, "Hey, let's pump the brakes here.
yeah,
It looks like we have an alternative theory." So they went with the alternative theory, and now Alex Kintner gets eaten up in front of the entire beach.
yes,
So now the community's involved, and this is a storytelling device, by the way. This is a very, very ancient, powerful storytelling device. You put a dollar amount on something, and you will attract motivated characters. This is a
yes,
beautiful thing. This is, like I said, an ancient storytelling technique. And so that's what they do. There's a reward.
yeah,
$3,000 bounty to the man or men who catch and kill the shark that killed Alex Kintner.
yes, and this is a bounty set by Mrs. Kinter. She's the one who,
The mother.
yeah, she actually not only does she do that, but she also puts out sort of a call nationwide for anybody to come and take advantage of this. So
This
this is
guarantees conflict.
yeah, and I would say this is probably the beginning of the second act, where we now we know that
Right.
the shark exists. What are we going to do about it? So, and this is a very logical procedure, right? Or logical thing, like, okay, there's a huge shark out there that's killing people on a beach. Let's get in some experts to come in and take care of the matter. Maybe some people who hunt these types of creatures for a living. We still have the mayor who is just absolutely dead set on like not closing that beach.
I just want to point out, you also see that the public is willing to participate in the mayor's idea.
Yes.
The one woman goes, "Are you going to close the beaches?"
Yeah.
And Brody's like, "Yes." And everyone's like outraged by this. So,
Yeah.
and that's when the mayor's like, "Only 24 hours, only 24 hours."
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the mayor, you get a sense, is responsive to this sort of public outcry.
Exactly.
So the mayor, as bad as the mayor is, you
Yeah.
see why he behaves this way when you see it the way the public reacts. It's a problem. This town has a problem.
The actual bounty and sending out this bounty for the shark is actually going to bring people to the town, which
Right.
is
Outside forces
money.
are going to be
So
converging here.
he loves, the mayor is all for it because he wants that money. So he's like, oh, okay, people are going to come here and they're going to be hunting. They're going to be buying supplies. They're going to be patronizing some of the areas in that's a way to make up the money. So he's all for it. And it's sort of the beginning of the circus. Right, you feel like the circus has begun, right? Like, and maybe for some people they may feel like the story is picking up at this point, but we get literal nails on a chalkboard as an entrance to Quint, who is a very unusual character.
He's archetypal. He's an old veteran salt. He's a mariner. He's an old mariner. He comes from the old school.
Yes.
You see that this town is very 70s, but he seems like he's very deep in his seamanship, and also a man of his generation, an old man who knows the sea, and he comes across as that's his thing. And he's like, I'll catch it. He calls it a bird. I love that dialogue. I'll catch this bird for you. And he says that the shark will swallow you whole. So not only are we getting this character intro, and I'll just say this, in storytelling, especially with film, anytime you're about to introduce a character, you have to think about how you want to introduce that character. And the rule of thumb is, or the preference is, introduce a character in a way that's in character and it's memorable.
Yes.
So it has to be something you can't just be like, oh, and by the way, this is Johnny. And it's like, oh, hi. And then Johnny comes back into the story a little bit later, but we introduced him. We said hi to him in this scene. That's a terrible character introduction. You want the character's introduction to be in character and absolutely memorable. And this is one of the best. I mean,
oh yeah,
he silences the whole town without saying a word, and he's got his legs crossed and he's eating this apple, and very calm, and he's like, I got this. You want this done? And then he ups the ante. He's like, you want to be on welfare all summer? Pay $3. You want me to get him? It's 10.
Yeah. So yeah, his asking rate is $10,000. I think some people may be interested in it, but on the most part, the mayor is like, no. But is someone who seems to know what they're doing, at least boasts that they know what they're doing, and has experience, is experienced in this. He's also a local, so he knows the area. He knows, he has the equipment and is ready at their beck and call, but they will not actually do it. The reasoning is
Price.
is the pricing. Yeah, it's always boils down to money with the mayor. This is kind of interesting. This scene right here, he has drawn a picture of the shark on a chalkboard, and he's got the little and this is supposed to be the Kintner boy, but it is sort of foreshadowing his own demise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in many ways. So I thought that was very interesting. And this is one of those moments, this particular picture, blink and you'll miss it moments too, because it is, you may have seen it millions of times, but not noticed it in this fashion. At home, I thought this was a very, very interesting scene, because now that Brody has the confirmation of the shark attack, he is doing his homework. He's learning about sharks. He's going through the books, possibly from the library. He's just trying to immerse himself to learn about his enemy. And he's so tense that when his wife comes in, he's like, oh, he's spooked by her.
This movie really put sharks on the map in a really big way. Chief Brody in this scene, and there's a great scene of him flipping the pages, and you can see the reflection in his glasses.
Yes.
But what he is in this scene is he's a stand-in for us.
Yes.
We're now curious about sharks roughly at the same time in the film that this is. So he's flipping through, and it's almost like someone's like, by the way, did you know sharks are 500 million years old? Did you know this? Did you know no one knows they?
Yes.
So he's suddenly done some research and given us some bullet points. So we're all fascinated by this as if we just went to the library, which America did in droves after this, including myself back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Shark, I'd have all these books on sharks because of this film. So he does a little bit of that for us so we're vicariously getting a chance to scout out these sharks that we're all suddenly fascinated by. It's a very clever thing to do, and it's not always easy to pull off in a film to have an informational mention scene.
Yes, yes.
It could backfire easily.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it was handled very well, and it made sense, because I mean, that's what you would do if you were in that situation. You would try to do a little bit of research, but it didn't drown us with the information. It showed you a little bit, and then it kind of moved on. We get sort of a sense for their relationship, the relationship between the Brodies, and just how loving and supportive the wife is. Again, it's very different from the book, but it is building up this sort of bond between the two partners, this whole thing that they're going through.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're still intimate. She's like, want to get drunk and fool around? Like they're still in this.
yeah, it's really cute. I loved it. And almost like a little slice of Americana, is like in the 70s, and they're the boys. They're playing in at the dock, and Michael's in the water with his new boat. Brody is Martin Brody is not happy about that. He's like, get out of there, and it's and
the wife kind of puts him in check. She's like, he is in a boat. Like, she is seriously irritated with his overreaction.
Yes.
And he kind of backs. He's like, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
And then one of the funniest scenes in the movie is her seeing this photo and like completely 180ing her attitude.
Yeah. She's like, what? Get off that boat, Michael. Did you listen to your father? It's great. I mean, it's what a way to insert a little comedy in there.
Yeah.
Just when we were all tensed up about the shark and everything, we get this moment of levity that's still connected to the subject matter. Really great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Agreed.
What a clever way to do it. we got these two guys that are out there. At first they were on boats, and then they went to the dock. They want to get that bounty, that $3,000 bounty.
At this age, as someone who writes and really thinks about this stuff, this scene is so bizarre to me because these are not main characters.
Yes.
Nothing is solved or advanced before or after the scene. It's technically something that should have been deleted or edited out of the movie. It has nothing, and yet it works.
I love this scene,
It's
honestly.
a great scene, totally.
Yes. Yeah, I love it. Okay, so these guys, they're drunk. Okay, they are just they're not good. And so they just feel like, oh, at least one of them is more into it than the other. The other one's
Can we
wants
go
to go
home
home.
now?
Can we just go home? And the one guy's like, yeah, we're gonna catch this shark. And they're throwing out, I guess you call it chum, the pieces of meat as bait. They have like big chunks that they've taken out of their wives. One of them,
It's a holiday roast.
Yeah, holiday roast, and
roast.
put it on a hook and threw it inside the water, and of course it attracts our Brucey poop, and so and what I love about this is that they nearly get eaten alive. One of them gets in the water. It's really bad. But you know what? The technical aspects of using a piece of the part of the pier as sort of a way for us to see the direction of the shark. Like they use it brilliantly, because you see that thing getting closer and closer to the sky, and you're like, oh my God, you're gonna be eaten. Hurry up, swim faster.
We take for granted the idea of a shark fin as like the symbol of a shark. But This is the movie that used not just the shark fin, but like you said, multiple different ways to show you the shark without showing you the shark. They use the fin, they use the pier, they use yellow barrels later. There's multiple ways that they kind of show you the shark's movement and trajectories without, and again, for a scene that has nothing to do with the plot technically, it's also shot in the dark.
Yes.
This is not like ideal. It's not like these are great camera angles or beautiful. Like, it's just an incredible scene.
Yeah.
With this brilliant technique that the director chose to depict the shark without showing you a thing.
Oh, so good. So good.
I'm glad to hear you love this scene, because it's
so
odd,
good.
but it works.
Yeah. And it is a near miss scene. It's another, there's so many moments of near misses in this movie. Not every moment is going to be a shark attack. And
to this day,
the shark will be victorious, let's say.
Right. Yeah. A successful strike by the shark.
Yes.
To this day, when he's trying to get his feet out of the water and he's like pushing against the wet dock and he's trying to get pulled, and you could see the pier coming up behind him. To this day, I'm mentally stressed by that shot.
Yes. I mean, it delivers the tension that is needed to just make you understand this is a feeding machine that needs food always. And just finished eating a young boy. It's ready for two guys on a dock. It will get aggressive and go get you if you think that you could outsmart it and trap it. And so it knows that you were putting out bait and will try to get you. You're the bait, actually. which is so clever.
So you were saying you are the bait.
Yeah, you're the bait now. So it's great. I mean, I think this was a teaching moment. And this is a moment I never forgot. Never forgot this moment.
So there is in writing, there are, and I have my own school storytelling, but there is something called a threat reminder. And there's these scenes in movies that will remind you of the threat. Remember, like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, there's that weird scene. The Ark of the Covenant's in the back of the truck. It's boarded up, and there's these mice. And then you see like the Nazi symbol, like it blacked out. What is that scene telling you? Well, A, it's just reminding you of the threat, and B, that there's supernatural forces involved. So sometimes you get these scenes that what makes this unique is this is like a 4-minute scene. Like this is not a quick shot or anything. This is a prolonged scene in bad lighting with characters we've not met before. They're completely new characters and we never visit them again.
Yeah.
I'm just amazed at how this is proof, this scene here, that there are no rules in the end. That there's all these, here's the rule book, here's what you should do. Mm-hmm. And then there's always going to be an example of someone who blows through that red light and scores a touchdown. And here we go. This is it.
Yes. Yes. I mean, and if you look at, you think about a lot of horror movies, there are quite a few, just those little moments where,
true.
they're not quite jump scare. They're almost like jump scares, but not quite as shocking, but near misses.
It's almost like a skit.
Yeah. I love it. I love this.
Yeah.
And I love the movement of that piece of the pier is, it gets you when you see it.
Well, and even though that we have this little bit of screen time, you still remember, can we go home now?
Yes. He's like, finally.
Yeah.
Then we get the introduction of
Richard Dreyfuss.
Yes,
Matt
Richard
Hooper.
Dreyfuss as Matt Hooper. He is a specialist in this, and I would say more of the intellectual kind of like a researcher, that kind of person who is involved in marine biologist
and oceanographer.
And an oceanographer. He comes in and he sees this chaos, and somehow he kind of fits in, but doesn't, because he's like he's trying to work around it, but it is
part of the outside group that comes in.
Yeah, he's part of the chaos, but he's also like, is kind of shimmying around it. He seems to know more than a lot of other people. Like, he's like, oh, you guys are gonna, you shouldn't go out there like this. Basically, very knowledgeable that they're doing things inappropriately. They're
right. So Matt Hooper, I love this. He really represents your college educated baby boomer. Young guy.
Yeah, he's
and this is very important to the whole story, especially once we get to the Orca. But you're seeing the contrast. You've got Quint, who is a man of experience, World War II, USS Indianapolis, like the ultimate shark experience man. Older, seasoned, the old salt. And here you've got a guy with very little experience, but maxed out with knowledge. Education. He's educated, and they introduce him as an annoying know-it-all, right?
Yes.
You're overloading that boat, like, shit. Yeah, why don't you walk out into you'll find it about 20 minutes that way. And he's like, all right, you're all gonna die.
Yeah.
But he's kind of he's overeducated, and he's with a bunch of locals who are the old timers who do it their way. And there's instant clashing, and he really doesn't have a friend on this dock until he runs into Chief Brody.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit. The meeting between Brody and Hooper is like, oh yeah, if you're here to help, to go do this, stop those guys from doing this thing. He kind of is trying to delegate things. The situation, and he's like, no, I can help in different ways, and he finally breaks through and is able to have a conversation. But there's a movie called Silver Bullet. It has a lot of similarities between Jaws and Silver Bullet. So if you guys get a chance to watch Silver Bullet, you'll see the tropes right in there. And I may have a couple of them but there is a group of people who go out to try to get the werewolf, and it's very similar. They just like haphazardly go out and do that. Now
Ben Gardner.
Yes, this is a actual local person in real life that lived on the actual island that they're filming on, and he is the guy that Robert Shaw studied and actually got his accent and kind of modeled his character after
Oh, I didn't know
this
that.
guy. Yeah, and he also helped once he knew that they were filming. They actually had him. He helped with a lot of the things that they needed to do on set to make things look official. He was actually a character in the film, and he was a great actor. I thought he did a fantastic job. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, he was supposed to actually have an expanded role, and he kind of got edited out. I mean, they find his boat, which is always weird. I didn't really know Ben Gardner except as he was mentioned as having this boat that is found later. So
Yeah.
only in retrospect and repeat viewings have I found out that Ben Gardner is like this local, I don't want to say local yokel. But he's kind of a local fisherman that
Yes.
everyone knows. He's
Yes.
like the Quint that is liked and socially acceptable. He's part of the
Yes.
community. And I felt that they almost underdeveloped. And again, this isn't a criticism of the film because the film is just fine. But
Yeah.
they technically underdeveloped him because they had to edit him out. But I think in the book, he was also had a larger role. And in this, he's present. And then it becomes important only later when we find out that he died. But I think that the impact of him dying is weakened a little bit because of the failure to really establish him as a major character. Ultimately, it wasn't necessary because I think the size of that shark tooth and the shock value of what they did when they find the boat kind of makes up for that.
Craig Kingsbury is the person who
Plays Ben Gardner.
He plays Ben Gardner, but he is the actual person I was telling you that was modeled after.
Right. Yeah. So basically, he was such an authentic seaman for this place that they took his persona and just said, "You're Ben Gardner. This is Ben Gardner now."
Oh no, but I mean Quint, Robert Shaw actually modeled his character after the real guy.
After Craig Kingsbury.
Yes.
Right. I gotcha.
Yeah. So he modeled, like, he learned his accent. He just, I mean, if you look at him right here, don't they have a lot striking similarities? They spent
do.
a lot of time. They spent a lot of time together. So that was actually kind of a cool thing that they found this guy on the island that they were shooting.
Great directors, and I've talked about this in multiple different circumstances. I have a great example in 2001: A Space Odyssey as well. Same thing with Peter Jackson and Andy Serkis with Gollum. Good directors will find the right person who's got the right answer and that secret ingredient for the film that they could put in there. They always find these guys, and Spielberg had the foresight to take this guy who was basically a local from Martha's Vineyard at the time and say, "This is our quintessential mariner." And Robert Shaw was like, "This is where I'm going to, draw Quinn from. I'm going to, channel this guy for Quinn." So this one guy who's kind of a minor person in the Hollywood picture became the secret ingredient, one of those magical ingredients that made the film what it was. I always like to point those guys out, and I always like to give the director credit for noticing those guys.
Yes, absolutely. I actually feel like he was the perfect in the movie, a perfect amount. But I love the scene because it does show how ridiculous catching.
You have to roll your eyes at watching these scenes.
Yeah. Because I think the audience does not quite know how big the shark is, but we know that it's bigger than any of these boats. If you're going to catch a small shark, this is probably okay. Even still, I would say you really need to get a boat that's a little bit more substantial. And a lot of these boats were overloaded, like this one with puppies and dogs. Are you kidding me? It was so funny, but it was also one of those things where you see just how ridiculous the circus became.
The circus. Yeah. I mean, they came across as a bunch of knuckleheads. You have these guys throwing chum in the water indiscriminately, another guy throwing like dynamite out into the ocean, and they're all crowded together. It just looks like a disaster. Guys are going to go catch that shark we've seen strike a couple times.
With like a puppy on? I was like, are you leaving the puppy out there for bait? I mean, what's going on?
Without ever having seen the shark, the audience knows the shark is
Is
better than these guys. Like these
yeah.
guys don't, that the shark has the advantage, and all we've seen is evidence of this creature as an audience member, and we already know that it, advantage to the shark.
Then we get this incredible scene where we get a play-by-play idea of the damage that was done to that girl by the shark, and it is awful and well acted. And you just get
Oh,
the sense
great.
like Cooper is going to start hurling any minute, and there's the useless coroner in the background.
Oh, yeah.
That is just sort of like passively, just like there's a dead person, probably someone he knew, would not able to actually stand up and say, hey, this was a shark incident. So
Well, this is an important scene because we talk about the importance of introducing a character. Now, we introduced Hooper in a memorable way. He's the know-it-all on the island of a bunch of misfit local experts, right? But this is the scene that establishes him as Hooper. Remember I said the ideal scene, you introduce him in a Hooper moment and in a memorable way. They introduced him in a memorable way, but it wasn't until this scene that we really got the Hooper scene. And it's done. There's something that's done in this scene that I really have made a note of and appreciate. They're establishing him as an authority, and they actually do it where he's like, la la la, do not smoke in here.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, this guy is calling the shots, and he was the guy getting kicked around and bullied on the docks.
Now he's in control of this situation. He is in charge,
and he is great. He's like rapid fire. He's calling these, Saurus, Glaucus, he's calling them by their genus species names. He's talking about the musculature. Like, you're like, this is what an educated man can do.
He's official. Right? Yeah.
The full power of an educated man is on display here, and no one's got an answer for him. The coroner, like you said, he's just like,
impotent.
The boat propeller. Really.
Completely impotent. And Cooper is also showing something about his character, which is empathy and a high moral code.
Yeah, he's kind of like morally outraged here, isn't he?
Yes.
This was no boat accident. He's like angry at these people.
And you instantly like him for it because you're like, you're screaming, yes, somebody's finally, we know that she got eaten by these guys have an idea, but they're just paralyzed by their society, about the society norms.
And Chief Brody lacked the expertise to push back. We get it. We sense the bureaucrats pushing him into a corner, and him kind of reluctantly being like, okay, well, this guy's, it's going to be harder to push him into a corner because he knows he has the expertise. He's got the metrics. He's got all the data. So you can't just tell this guy it's a boat accident. So that the alternative narrative destroyed.
Exactly.
And now we have a new big dog on the island, and that's important because we've seen Mayor Vaughn, we've seen Quint, we've seen Ben Gardner, and now we've got this guy, the baby boomer college guy, coming in and pushing. He pushes.
Yeah, the coroner is really left without much to say. I mean, I don't know if he makes another appearance, but I think he's at this point, we cannot trust that guy to make the proper decision. And look, like you could even see, look at his face in the back. Mm-hmm. Almost ashamed, not doing his job efficiently.
I mean, they show him kind of fold his arms and cover his face, kind of like he's posted up in this, like as my kids would say, he's posterized.
Yeah, he knows that he did the wrong thing, but also, do you go up against the mayor? Do you go up against the other officials? Like, do you go up against the other affluent people on the island who wants to keep the shops open? So he's in a tight bind himself, but it is at the cost of the Kittner boy and anybody else who dies at this point. The dog. What was his name?
Pippet.
Pippet's gone. You guys have done nothing.
You guys have killed Pippet.
You killed him.
The most unforgivable.
I know. It's like so the body count is growing now.
Right.
So and they had the first evidence of it right there on the table.
Right. Square one.
And again, Brody still at this point now does He does have the ability to close the beach down at this point,
Well, but
and
now he's
still
got
does.
his guy, right? This
Yeah,
is the
yeah,
guy who's going to back him up.
yeah. He still doesn't. Now he does have that the evidence. We get this false victory of, yeah, we got the shark.
Yes.
And we got a shark, but we didn't get B shark.
Right.
I love that. And then you look at that shark and you're like, oh, that little boy could fit inside that shark. I don't know. The
Well, it's
way
still a big shark, though, right? Like
it's a
it's
big,
convincing.
yeah, it's big, but it based on the visuals of what we saw, that just seems like it's a little small to like a
Right.
baby compared to the one that the way we saw him being devoured. It looks like a monstrous kind of thing, at least from the audience point of view, vantage point. I think these guys will probably believe it.
Right.
And
Exactly.
they do at this point. Even Brody is celebrating, like, oh, we got it, and it's pretty gruesome, but it's moments like these, they said, that really had an effect on a lot of people who watched this movie, who then went out and did some pretty bad things to sharks and reduced a lot of the numbers. Steven Spielberg said that he was very remorseful for that. It's one of those moments where you're actually thinking, like, okay, maybe this is going to be a short movie. They've got the shark. It looks like maybe they do,
Well,
but
but
there's still
Hooper
doubt.
serves as the remember, he was the know-it-all on the dock when we met him, and now he's going to be the know-it-all here again. And you see he keeps a low profile here. He doesn't announce, like, there's no way this is the shark, guys. He's
Yeah, yeah,
quiet. He kind of just corners the chief, and the chief is like, oh, there's no sharks like that in these waters. And he's
yeah,
like 100 to 1. He kind of talks the chief down, and then of course Mayor Vaughn's like, whoa, what are you saying?
yeah,
And
yeah,
so Hooper serves as kind of the narrative. The
yeah.
narrative seems to be resolved, and then you've got Hooper weaving through, being like, doesn't look good. He's measuring. He's
It's
um
like,
this ain't the shark, and it's like, okay, that makes sense. These guys would probably not have caught the shark I've been noticing. So
yeah, yeah. And I think from the audience's point of view, we are looking at Cooper's reaction.
yes,
Uh, we're noticing that he is not thrilled about this, that he doesn't feel confident that is the right shark.
right.
Meanwhile, we got, even like I said, even our hero Brody is like he's drinking the Kool-Aid, and they're like,
Big
no,
time.
don't drink the Kool-Aid. And the mayor is there to like lap up all the attention with he's got some very interesting choice of jackets that he wears. It's just one of those moments where this is like the false win. We get this that happens right in the middle of celebrating Mrs.
Oh
Kidman.
yeah, this is one of the best scenes in the movie from a narrative standpoint,
Oh yeah, it's
because it's such a
so
tonal
good.
clash, and it says everything that's correct. We know she's right.
Yes, and she is beside herself. She gives him a firm slap. We see one slap, but it took 17 slaps in total to shoot that scene, which must have been really horrible on Roy Schneider.
Boy, Roy Schneider. He's like, can we get a plastic? We have a plastic shark. Can we get a plastic Brody in here?
Can
Well,
we do this? Can we do this with CGI?
yeah, I was always moved by this because the guy in the back, for some reason, that must be her dad back there. He's in the old
Okay.
generation. That's how a lot of these guys used to dress, with the caps and the trench coats and everything. And like my grandparents, generation.
Yeah.
I was always just moved. For some reason, I thought he's the perfect presence in the background. He's not going to steal the spotlight. This is her, but he's like her guardian in a sense, or escort in all of this. And she just accuses him so perfectly here. Her accusation is like right on the money. It's a bullseye, and it's in front of everybody. So it's kind of a humiliating moment
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Chief Brody. And the tonal shift is shocking from a storytelling standpoint, because you've got the celebratory thing. You've got the note of warning that maybe it's a false celebration from Matt Hooper. And then the somber, bitter pill
Oh, the
that
slap.
we're all
Yeah.
forced to sit here and watch. And it's uncomfortable, right?
It is. And, in her speech that she says, she acknowledges the fact that he knew, that the waters weren't safe, and he still had the beaches open.
Yeah, you knew, Chief Brody, and you let people go swimming anyway. And that's why I was drawing some attention to that scene when they're all on the ferry and you see those bureaucrats in the corner kind of surrounding him, because the logic is we all say it's a boat accident. Here, all of that melts away, and she's like, you knew.
You knew. Yeah.
It's a very intimate accusation. And unfortunately, not only do we know she's right, Chief Brody knows she's right. And he takes it on the chin here. He's like, yep,
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah. He does. And I love this moment because we actually get consequences for bad actions.
Yes.
And even though I really would have loved it to be the mayor is not our protagonist here. He is he's part of the problem, but we needed Brody, because he's the hero that's going to be going through all of this, to have to be the one to experience that slap and take the responsibility, because it really is him. He is the one who can open the beaches and close the beach whenever he wants. And he doesn't grab hold of that power until later. So he even still, like at this very moment in the story, he still hasn't closed the beach.
Well, and she's wearing all black and she's got a veil on, so it makes you think that she's coming from Alex's funeral.
Yeah.
And she's paying the $3,000 bounty.
Yes.
And what does she do? She doesn't say, "Thank God you caught the shark that killed my son." She's here to accuse Chief Brody. In this moment, you would think would be somehow a consolation victory for her that she caught the shark. She doesn't even acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Which I think is very important. And she singles him out. And in front of everybody, she calls him out. And it's even better in terms of writing. And I love this. Remember the ferry scene where they're all like, we all agree it's a boat propeller. Right when she turns around, the mayor's like, don't worry about her. She's wrong.
Yeah.
So he's still like, we know, you're cool with us. And he rejects that. He's like, no, she's not. She's not wrong. I knew it was a shark. Wrong. So he accepts this blame.
Yeah.
And this is very endearing to the audience, because we've all been, we maybe not in this circumstance here, but we've all let something slide and then realized like we didn't feel good about it later. And so we're with him. We're like, oh man, he's gonna own up to this.
Yes, he's taking responsibility, and that's the most he can do for now. And she says something very interesting, because she knows that there's nothing that can be done at this point. But she does say that that she just wanted him to know how she was feeling, or that knowing what she was thinking. And I thought, if you had an opportunity to tell somebody who you blamed for something or you feel is responsible for something, that could be one of the things that like is lifted off your shoulders, to be able to have a conversation and say, you treated me this way. I just wanted to tell you that this is how it made me feel. And it seemed like it felt like she was satisfied that she got to be able to say that, and she walks away.
Because it's a moral case that she's making. She's not here for personal vengeance or hatred. She's not saying, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. She's like, you did this and you could have stopped it. And she goes, my boy is dead forever.
Yeah.
And I want you to know that. So she's leaving it on his porch.
Yeah.
And she's going to have to live her life now without her son. So she's got an uphill battle herself. But morally speaking, she didn't fail as a mother. Maybe she shouldn't have given him that extra 10 minutes, because I'm sure that would play in her head, right?
Yeah.
It was him. This guy left the beaches open. And you're right. You get a sense that she has freed herself of this hatred by pointing out his moral failure.
This scene was also repeated in Silver Bullet again. We had another character who lost his son, and he approaches the I believe he approaches either the priest or he approaches someone he believes is responsible, and there's that tension scene just like this. I
Wow.
lost my boy, it's a very interesting movie, Silver Bullet, but I found a lot of similarities between the two, including not really seeing the monster until the end.
Wow.
And there are a lot of movies that have used Jaws as sort of their, you
Template.
know, their template for the horror genre. So it really changed cinema. This scene, I mean, I don't know anybody who says they don't understand this scene or like this scene. After his day, he had such probably the worst day he could possibly have on the island, including the mother of a victim actually just coming up to him and slapping him and chewing him out for not making the correct decision.
Right.
And he comes home and he is devastated.
Well, he's drunk. He's drinking a lot of wine. He's kind of withdrawn and unresponsive to what's going on. He's very much into him, like in himself right now, right?
Yeah. And
Reflective.
probably in his own head. In his
Yes.
own head.
And they said that off screen, Roy Scheider had a moment like this with his son, and Spielberg or somebody saw it and they're like, we want you to do that, but let's film that. Let's film that. So they
Yes.
got the idea from an actual moment that took place off screen, and they're like, let's put that in there. I love this. This is something that the 70s directors did very well.
Yes.
They would sprinkle in these moments of instant relatability that this scene has nothing to do with the plot.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with anything.
But it's so needed. And also,
Yes.
one thing about the script, again, it goes back to the book. There were many changes that were done to the storyline along the way, but Steven was basically rewriting the movie during the entire production for different reasons, for many reasons, and including Bruce not quite working up to snuff because of it being they were working in the ocean, and that had an effect on the robotics. With him moving things around and reorganizing things, rewriting things, and also bringing other people to come in and do some writing work for the script, helped to shape this into this incredible movie. I also think editing too was another big piece of it all. All of these moving parts that work together in synergy. But this moment, his son has noticed him and is starting to mimic him. And
Right.
at the end, he says, "Give me a kiss." And his son is like, "Why?" He says, "Because I need it." And it's like, it melts your heart because you've had bad days, and when nothing more sweet and innocent than a child's love, or or a hug or a kiss or something simple to show that connection to love, the love of another person in your life. So I thought this was like, if this movie didn't have this, I would feel like it would be missing something.
Right. That's a very good observation. And the movie even acknowledges they show the wife's reaction to it.
Yes.
It's not just a scene that, like, they actually put her in the scene, like they set this up and did this, right?
Yes. And that's important because we did see a loving scene between them earlier. We know their relationship is pretty solid, but also seeing her reaction to seeing the father-son relationship is just priceless. It was just one of those moments, like, this family, you start rooting for this family, and
And it also shows he's not like a mean drunk or anything. Like he's sedated from drinking wine, but he's also like tender in this scene. He's not a guy that loses his head when he's when he's feeling down.
Yeah,
I think that's important.
Yeah, he's going through a rough time, and it's not showing us a person who is, I say, morally
Unhinged.
unhinged. Yes, that's the word I want to use. Which is, and there she is looking on.
Mhm.
with care, and it's the stuff you want in your own family, this kind of caring. Then we get the visit from Hooper. He's come by with some
I love this.
wine.
This is a very character developing scene for him, and it is freaking hysterical. He invites
Yes.
himself in, by the way. He's like, the door was open. You don't mind if I just walk in? When I was explaining to my kids while I was like, I go, do you see he just walked in? I go, wouldn't that be weird if someone just came in our house? And then later on, he's like, is anyone eating this? And I was like,
yeah, I mean, he's just eating their food, but he did bring wine. So, and they were
bring wine.
Yeah,
Two, red and white.
So yeah, this was a great scene, and this is where we get to learn about the fears between the two characters here. Brody's happens to be a drowning incident that scarred him for life, and Hooper's incident was a fishing accident gone wrong with a thresher shark, and gave him a little nasty scar. So it's one of those things where we're starting to learn more about the pressure point or the pain points of these characters, and why they're reacting to the things that they're doing, why Brody hasn't gone into the water, why we've got this guy who's devoted his life to learning about sharks. It doesn't make sense unless you put those pieces together. And they drink some more wine, and then they decide to go on a little expedition. This is a scene which contains one of the scariest moments for sure, because I never forgot it.
Right.
I never forgot it, even when I was a little girl. Remember this moment. They are going out. They do a series of things. I think they cut open the shark to see if the little boy is in there, and they find out, well, no, he's not in there. They find like license plates from Florida.
I've got one in my office.
You do? Awesome.
Yeah.
And they just don't they know that this isn't the same shark. So they go on this little expedition, and they find a boat hanging out there, and they notice that it is from Ben. What's his last name? Ben
Gardner.
Ben Gardner. It's a hot mess. So they go. Hooper goes underwater. He gets all dressed up and goes underwater, and we get one of the biggest scares of our lives in there, with a beautiful stinger sound to go with it too. A proper jump scare. Of a decomposing body part. Definitely, like I said, hands down, the scariest moment in the story.
Well, and we should point out that the whole scene there was set up because I remember the first time I saw this, I was very nervous for them on this boat.
Yes, it's so
going out on the water. In fact, this is the first time you're really just out on the water in the film.
Yeah.
The rest of the film is all on land where all these attacks are taking place. So I was like, you're on a boat, and then he gets in a scuba suit and jumps in the water. I was like, so as a kid, I was like, oh my God, this is terrible.
Yeah.
Nothing actually happens in this scene, but the stress level I had watching this the first time was very high, and to end it with a jump scare. Oof. And then you're off the hook was terrible. And then, oh, thank God we're off the water.
Yeah. And the only reason why Brody is in that boat is because he's drunk.
Right.
He's had a lot to drink. That's the only reason.
And he tried not to go. He's like, I don't know. He's like, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah. It's so interesting just to see how all of these little details play into these characters.
Well, and here's where he says, we've never had one murder in this town. He's like, in Amity, so he's telling you there's no danger here. Then that's why he was here. So that's important character information that tracks with what we met in the beginning of the film when he's a New Yorker coming to Amity. So we're just getting more of the picture of who this guy is and why he's the last guy in the world that should be taking on a shark. Right?
Exactly. This is the guy you don't want anywhere near. He's like the underdog.
Big time. This guy's just kind of the guy in the middle who doesn't belong here.
Yeah, he's like the red shirt in the Star Trek movie.
He's more like the water boy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, no. Do not get this guy. Next day, this is the 4th of July. And we're just not getting through to the mayor. They're still trying to say, mayor, mayor, there's a problem. The kill rate is going up. There's still a shark out there, and the mayor's not hearing any of it. For sure, again, Brody can close the beach, but he doesn't. So we get this huge envoy of people coming in for 4th of July weekend. And the shark is, Bruce is rubbing his belly like,
Well, that last scene is still there's so much good stuff in that. A lot of people remember this scene because you've got this interesting worm's eye view angle up at the billboard while you have them talk. Yeah. So you've got the camera angle up. And the scene always kind of made me laugh, especially at the end when all you see is like Hooper's head and he's just laughing. But he has this line in here that I think sticks with a lot of people. So a couple things going on. One, the mayor is confident now. You fellas do what you got to do the beaches, but we're going to have the best 4th of July. So the mayor, there's no stopping him. He's feeling good. Crisis averted as far as he's concerned. While the mayor is feeling confident, you've got Hooper, who is like, that's definitely not the shark. We're definitely in danger. I think this line stuck in a lot of people's head where he's like, all this shark does is swim, eat, and little shark. And that's it. And for some reason, that just simplified the shark in as a monster. Because all it does is eat and swim and make versions of himself. So it's like this nutshell version of the danger that you're facing, and him telling you that the proportions are correct. And of course, everyone remembers that famous line, love to prove that, see yourself on the cover of National Geographic. So anyway, but you also get Chief Brody and Hooper kind of hysterical in this scene. They're talking over each other. No one's making their point. And the mayor's just like, I don't think any of you guys are familiar with our problem. So he kind of just dismisses them and then takes off. So this was an important scene. And it also shows that there's now a cultural footprint. You've got vandalism from kids who know about the shark. So there's a cultural impact now. And what's the mayor worried about? Saving lives? No. He goes, he wants the graffiti guys caught. That's what he's worried about.
Yeah, that's what he wants the sheriff to spend all of his time working on. This is a very interesting scene, as you said, because I always liken it to the mayor being sort of like the way they kind of encircle around him. They kind of encircle around him like sharks themselves. As they're trying, though, it's so hard to tell him like, hey, we've got to do something about this. And he's still really bullish about his point of view and is not willing at all. It really takes a miracle for him to change his mind here. Yeah, we get this a whole bunch of people, 4th of July. They're all out. Everybody knows that there was a shark attack, so they're very leery to get in the water. And even the mayor's going around telling people, go on ahead and get in the water. What's wrong?
Unbelievable.
I was like, oh my God, you're just the worst.
Well, what's crazy is it made me realize at this point that you could technically have the 4th of July and all the summer dollars if people just suntanned instead of swam. And the mayor's kind of like, nope, we have to have people swimming. And it's like, but you don't. You've got the summer dollars. You've got all your people there. Like, it would have worked without this.
Exactly.
And so the story takes it to that other level with the mayor character as literally encouraging and insisting that people go swim.
Yeah, and they could have had an offshore pool as well, and it would have worked just fine. He's really becomes the bad guy. His inability to accept anything but what he wants, and it works in some agree to, for some reasons. But in this particular case, people's lives are in danger. And
So yeah, all bets should have been off.
yeah, it should have been. Then we get the point
But
of
this is the
view.
fake out, right?
Yes,
No
we get the
music.
point of view from below. We don't get the music. We don't get the music. So we just see legs swirling around, and we're like, oh
Flashing.
boy, what's gonna happen? We know that from prior clips or prior moments in the movie that when we're underwater, we're at the POV of the shark.
Right.
And maybe the shark is there and sees it, and we are at his POV, but he's not in hunting mode because we haven't heard the music. But that takes a couple watches before the first time you're like freaking out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is the first time that we are underwater, so we are being cued for a shark attack.
Yes, we are. We are.
So the first time you saw this, you never would have known the issue about the music. That's kind of one of those patterns that you could follow later. But the first time you see it, you're cued. You're like, uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, you think that's the cue is just the visual. And we get of course, the mayor talking to the news and just, being what would you call this kind of personality? Sort of the showman of the beach. He's just
he's the host. He's the host.
host.
He's like a game show host, and this is the game that we're playing today.
Ooh, love it. Yes, but well said. So we get our first scare. This lady sees something that looks like a shark fin, and she's
it is a
freaking
shark
out.
fin, right? I mean, it looks like a shark fin.
It looks like I'm not. It looks like a shark fin, and it is a shark fin. And everybody panics.
And that's a meme now, by the way.
And he doesn't go in the water again, but he's directing everybody. And it turns out that it's a false alarm. It's some kids that were playing a prank.
So when Alex Kintner was killed earlier in the film, we saw this like mass rush out of the water. This plays on a mass panic a little bit more involved. You get people running over each other. You have men like clobbering their way over children and old people falling and someone trying to drag. It's like a war scene. Like people are in full panic. It's a disastrous exit from the water, which shows that there's a new danger. Mass panic is in and of itself a danger to these people.
Yes.
So they really took their time to show just how bad that this could be if there was a shark, but it's not.
Yeah, it's some kids playing a prank, and it really sets people off the trail because the real shark is hanging out at a smaller body of water.
The estuary.
Yes, and it passes right. There's the other little Brody kid, the smaller one.
Oh man, that's the school teacher, the gym teacher.
Yes, this one was so insane. This attack because
it's the first time you see the shark, right?
Yeah, we really get a good look at the shark. There he is, and it just comes up and snatches that man. It is crazy, and we get the whole thing with the music and underwater, all of that. It's brutal.
So it's the first time that you really get some look at that shark. You see the face, you see the teeth, the redness around the mouth and everything. And this guy's like right up into that area, and you're like, oh no. And it just kind of leans over. So it's not like this nasty shark attack. It's like a lazy attack almost from a shark point of view. It just makes it look like we're so easy, so vulnerable to this monstrous mouth.
And it's huge.
Yes.
It's huge. I mean, the way he just like snaps him up, it's he
screams pretty high pitch. It's a high pitch scream. So this is the first time we kind of really get a good look at this monster. Yeah. And there's some cool camera work, and I think your next shot, there's kind of this like shot that like zooms over the water past everybody.
Yes.
And it kind of centers on Brody's son, I think Michael, right? Brody?
Michael Brody, yeah.
And he's more not scared, more stunned.
Yeah.
It's kind of a stunned paralysis, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's in shock. And the really wild part about it is that the shark is there.
Yeah, it's right.
He does pass him. And it's like, that kid is like the luckiest kid in the world.
Yeah,
It's just like, it just passes right by him.
That's what I mean. You get this great camera shot that sweeps by him as if you're the shark again. Even though it's above the water, you do get this sense that death just swam right by him.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he knows it.
Yeah.
No, that's the look. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It just
Great
swam by
acting.
me.
Great acting by this kid. And
well, and there's I wanted to talk about it. There's a segment of footage. There's some scenes here that that Spielberg does that I absolutely love. In fact, I emulated it in my book, and I'll tell you what. So there's the scene where you get the big panic we talked about. There's this huge panic. The panic itself is a disaster. Then we're relieved. It's just two kids, two kids with a cardboard fin, right? Everyone's like, oh, thank God. And in this moment of relief, this girl who's off to the side is like, shark, shark, there's a shark over there. And people are non-responsive to her screaming the word shark. And but she keeps yelling it. And someone's like, what's going on? He's like, I don't know. And Brody's walking, and he's not walking very fast. He's kind of making his way over there. And then his wife stops him, and she goes, Michael's in the estuary. And so he continues his walk, and then he starts walking fast, and then he starts to go into this like full sprint, and then pretty soon everyone's running with him. It's it's another panic as they're running to the sound of this danger. I love what I would call a change of pace in real time, where you have the slow pace that turns into, as if you could imagine, like in like Ben-Hur, the guy with the war drums, keeping the pace, and you can just see the pace pick up until it's at a fever pitch. And that's where the shark attack happens. And Michael was right there. It's great film work because you're misdirected from fake danger into real danger. And we all underreact to the real danger after overreacting to the fake danger. It's great stuff for filming. Anyway, I used a similar scene with the pacing pickup in when I wrote my book. I was like, I want a scene like that with the Jaws thing because it was the right moment for me.
I think it's also too very much like how we react and respond in real life to things that are shocking that happen. Maybe in the first moment you don't believe it's happening, but once you realize it, then you go into action.
Yeah. Well, and there's a sense of exhaustion there too. Like, and then, I got to react again. What? The engine just turned off. I got to turn it back on.
Yes, absolutely. This is where we get this moment where Brody is running over to the area, and this is the time, and I couldn't get it in a picture, but this is the one time he actually does go in the water.
Well, it's his son. His son was directly threatened at that point.
Yeah. I mean, his son was in the water earlier, and his mom had to go in.
But he wasn't directly threatened.
Yeah, and so this time he was like, okay, we gotta. He breaks it, and I think some of the breakage of that, of the fear was sort of like the prior night he was on a boat, so he's slowly like getting closer to the water until now he is in the water.
He is inching there.
He was inching there, and even though he was may have been under the influence of alcohol going out there, it was enough to give him just a little bit of a buffer before showtime. His son is in trouble, and so he gets in the water. He doesn't go swimming out there, but he does step in a little further. And there's a moment where the camera just focuses on the child's feet and make sure to let you know that he's okay. But he is in shock, so he ends up in the hospital. This is when we get this incredible look.
The call to adventure. This is where the hero's journey is beginning. There's a threshold that you keep pointing out to. He doesn't really cross that threshold too often. But now it's going to be inevitable. You're going to have to go out there.
Yes. And he is also ready to take action the way he oughta, or the way he is morally guided to, and stop listening to other voices. So this is his moment of standing up for himself as well. The look on his eyes is he knows he has to face something. And what is that thing? The water.
The
The
water,
camera
the open
goes
ocean.
right to the water, and it spends a few moments focusing on he's got to go out there and face his destiny, his fears, and deal with the shark himself. I love that.
Yeah.
That visual storytelling. It shows up in that very order in the film. It's beautiful.
Yeah, this is where his hero's journey is beginning and his heroine's labyrinth is ending, because the mayor has been unmasked, I think, in the hospital. He gets him to sign the thing. So the native culture problem has been resolved.
Yes.
And now you've got the problem of going out into liminal space to depart the native culture to go destroy the monster, to slay the monster, which is an inhuman, overt danger.
Yes.
And she doesn't, and she's losing interest in this island.
Yeah, she's like, "Can I go home?"
New York?
Yeah, Michael's in the hospital. He's in shock. I mean, this is a young boy who enjoyed playing in the water, loved the water, and now we're getting the sense that he may have grow up with a complex to not want to be in the water, just like his dad.
Right.
So it's sort of almost like history repeating itself. He's holding the baby initially, and then he gives it to his wife when he sees the mayor. He's got business to handle. Let's just say that. But she is supportive. Now, one thing I didn't mention is that in the book, there was an affair between herself and Hooper. They had an affair.
Oh.
And
You know what's
Hooper,
interesting is I'm just gonna. I always thought she was a little flirty with him when they were at the kitchen table.
yes, you
I go,
picked it up.
either she's being really diplomatic to a guest, or she's kind of into him.
Yeah. You do pick up on that just a little.
Interesting.
Yeah, they had an affair in the book, and I think that would have been too much for us to handle as an extra story piece.
Well, and it would make you
this-
not like the characters.
You would not, yeah, none of them. I don't think it would really be hard to really like any of them. That was something I wanted to, but they are a team. He talks to the mayor and lays down the law, and he makes him sign the papers to hire Quint.
For $10K.
And when he does, the confidence in this man is outstanding. I mean, he throws open that curtain, and he's a brand new man.
Well, because his moral position, which we got immediately, his first moral position in the film has been obscured by everybody. It's the first time that at this moment we're all on the same page. We all agree we have to kill the shark. So he was right from the beginning, and he's finally getting some validation here.
Yeah, he's getting validation, and he's going, he's going to do what should have been done in the very beginning. And it's really interesting, his conversation with the mayor. The mayor is like, yeah, well, my son was, at risk too. And it's like, yeah, well, that's what we've been trying to say the whole time,
Yep.
Summer dollars or not, you cannot be having people or encouraging people to go into shark infested waters. So, I mean, the fact that they even caught one shark should have been the alarm bells. Like, okay, we
maybe there's more.
Okay, could there be more? Was this the only shark ever in existence ever, and we're done? So, to me, seeing the smaller shark was proof that they had, a shark problem.
Right.
But then we get to the last, I would say, 45, 50 minutes of the movie. It is spectacular, in my opinion. This is one of my favorite parts of the movie. We get the meeting of the last three heroes of our opus, classical, like Odysseus, adventure. We get into like this incredible sea adventure with these three. Two of them experts in one fashion or another, but from different schools, basically. And then we've got Brody, who knows absolutely nothing about the ocean, but he's the
moral center here.
He's the moral center. He's actually the one who really is calling the shots to get.
It's my charter. Yeah.
Yeah.
My boat.
Yeah. He's the boss, but he kind of wedges in between them as a great anchor point too, personality wise, because these two are at it. They just don't like each other, and they're oil and water. And it was that for the characters and that for the actors too on
Oh yeah,
set, which is infamous in its own self, but it played very well on screen in a beautiful way that didn't seem that seemed to stay on track and pull you into the story a lot. Quint's place is full of shark remains.
yeah.
So
Like
this
the guy's
guy,
got the experience. He's experienced.
yeah, and it's like it's creepy in there, but he is he's an old school schooner dude who is like
World War II veteran,
yeah,
sailor, U.S. Navy.
this is a tough guy. So he is giving everybody a hard time. He is are you tough enough?
Yeah,
He's
these are
that
working
guy.
class. You haven't worked a day in your life. You've been counting money too long. I don't
Yeah,
need this
yeah,
working class hero crap.
yeah. It's a beautiful, kind of argument. This is the same arguments we have today as well. So this is very amongst generations.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're at the point where we finally have the alliance between the three men, and they're about to get on the ship. But we have this sort of moment here where we see this metal contraption that Hooper is bringing on the ship, and Quint is like, "What is this? What are you
Right.
bringing
Well,
me?"
and this is part of the brilliance of the storytelling and why Jaws just keeps going and works into the future generations. There's more than just plotting to go on an adventure here. This scene here, you have a clash of cultures.
Yes.
And we've kind of brushed on this a couple times, and I think we should really get into this throughout
yes.
the last half of this film. But
we will.
Quint represents the World War II generation. He's part of the greatest generation. These are guys that roll up their sleeves. They're tinkerers. That they fought the Nazis. They fought the Japanese fascist regime. They went out there and did this stuff.
Yeah.
And they maybe don't have a college education. But they're hands-on. So they have a certain way of doing things. They're also confrontational and inflexible in some ways, but also they're steeped in experience. And that's why, let's be honest, that's why the town turned to him. We need a guy who's going to get the job done. And the town, Amityville, has decided Quint, with all of his experiences, is the guy.
Oh yeah.
And then on the other side of this image here, you've got Hooper. And he represents baby boomers, college educated, the know-it-alls that come out there. So they're not just packing the ship. He's bringing in his institutional oceanography tools. You've got a shark cage, you've got needles, you've got spears, you've got harpoon guns, you've got all these things that Quint's. What's this stuff? We've never needed these things, is what Quint is saying, right? We've never needed these. We've dealt with this before. So by loading the boat.
Yes.
You're revealing so much about each of these characters and their approach to the same problem. And then their dialogue is kind of indicative of that. He's like, shark cage. Yeah, he's not really impressed with it.
Yeah. You pansy.
Yeah, totally. Well, but he's also questioning the logic. He's like, you're going to go into the water with the shark in the water? And he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do that. And he's like, stupid, right? He doesn't think that.
We're actually all on the side of Quint at that point.
I think you're right.
You've got to be crazy to go in that water. But one thing I really like about this is that we're facing a lot of those generational issues now. I mean, there we have the greatest generation or the silent generation with the against the boomers, and now we've got the boomers against millennials and Gen X or Gen Z.
Well, Quint is greatest generation, not silent.
Is it
the only reason I know this is because my grandparents are silent generation.
Oh, okay.
So, and we can edit this out.
Silent? No. Added it because the silent generation are those people who were born around the turn of the century.
Right, but the key distinction is that the silent generation really didn't fight in World War II. So they came of age right as the war ended. So the silent generation may have fought in Korea, the Korean War, but they've been named the silent generation because they weren't all activists, oddly enough. So the greatest generation, their trademark distinction is that they fought in World War II. And Quint has fought in World War II. So he is part of the greatest generation. The young guys that came up right after him are the silent generation. They did the cleanup work after World War II. They were deployed all around the world. My grandpa was part of this. My grandpa Burton, he was deployed to Korea and several places, actually, the Philippines, Japan. They were there to restore order, basically, in the wake of World War II, but they're the silent generation. So Quint is actually greatest generation material, and Hooper is
a boomer. Yeah, baby boomer. I'm so glad that you explained that, because I think a lot of people get a little confused about the generations before the boomers. Like, what were they called, and what? Because they were so influential, to the boomers, and of course, then we got a lot of influence, from the boomers in film, for sure. And I was trying to say that's the way, kind of, in modern times we're the generations are at war with each other, and people are trying to figure out what do we do with Gen X.
And we're, from a demographic standpoint, baby boomers are massive. It's the baby
they're
boomers.
huge. The boomers, yeah.
They have numbers that are like unprecedented in human history. And then Gen X is kind of a small cohort.
Very small.
What's interesting is, although we're very small, and this is why we tend not to be as loudmouthed, I think, because, we've learned to be more influential quietly, and, we keep to ourselves because we just don't have the numbers to kind of just steamroll other, generations with our perspective. They did a study recently and found out one of the most influential generations out there is Gen X. They said, if you want people to go to your movies, if you want people to buy your products, appeal to Gen X, because they will not only sell their baby boomer parents on it, they will get Gen Z and millennials to get buy-in as well, because of their enthusiasm.
Yes, it's so true. Back to the story elements here. We are also privy to a little foreshadowing with this cage, if you will, because it does come into play later, and that is like a beautiful little touch, like ding, there's a little. And throughout this entire sequence, at least the beginning sequence, you do get drops of foreshadowing that will make a difference in the story, and I believe that is one of the key elements of storytelling that make things feel grounded. So when suddenly a character does something incredible with an object, you've seen that object before, therefore, it makes sense in the story.
So there's two things at play: setup and payoff, which is usually plot driven. But when it comes to objects, there's a principle in storytelling called Chekhov's gun. And that idea
you mentioned it before.
Yes. So the rule is, if you're gonna show a gun in Act 1, someone has to fire it by Act 3. And so you're getting that. So you're exactly correct. This is Chekhov's shark cage. They are but they're also doing more than just the cage, but they do show you some shots of all the gear that's going on this.
Yes. All the things that they're going to be using. So it really works to sell the story. Now, for the next part, this part here is so very important. It's, blink and you'll miss it. The goodbye between Brody and his wife. It's very touching. It's extremely touching, but you can see the absolute concern on her face. She's been with this man for who knows how long, but for a long time, and knows he's afraid of the water, and now he's going to get into a boat with these guys. Like, what? She's very, very concerned, and you can see the worry on her, and how he's now approaching this. Like, this is something he has to do. He cannot escape this.
Well, and I actually really appreciate her character, even though it's there's not that much major dialogue or screen time. there is an arc for her because the scene open, we talked about it. You know, they're discussing. They sound like New Yorkers. They're trying to blend into the island culture here. And one of the last scenes we just dealt with is they're in the hospital, and he goes, "Are we going to go home?" And she's like, "Home to New York." So she's ready to leave. She doesn't want to do this island shark thing anymore. And like to your point, now she knows he's afraid of water, and he's going to go on this fishing expedition or this sharking expedition. And so she knows he's not cut out for this, and she's ready to give up the fight and move back to New York anyway. So I think you're exactly right. This is extremely difficult for her while she's changing her mind about their family life here. Yeah. He's like going to like escalate to DEFCON 1 with this orca expedition.
Yeah, it's great. And then in the back, you can see Quint is watching. And this matters in a few minutes. We'll speak about this, but just enjoying here the relationship between these two, how close they are, and even though this is a really tough moment for her, she has to let go of him and let him, defeat his fear and take charge of his own destiny for this moment.
The director set this scene up a very specific way. You've got about 60% of the screen devoted to the orca, the loading, and like you said, the watchful captain in the background in an elevated position, and then about 40% dedicated to what you're supposed to be watching, which is the foreground. So they're saying goodbye, but I think as an audience member, we're kind of with her in this because yes. I think she's aware of this other thing that's happening. And yes. in the background, you hear Quint like just spouting off all of this like Mariner, like, made it to 103, not a bad record for this vicinity. Like all these like things that sailors do. Like this is sailor culture. And he's laughing loudly and he's making fun of people and he's yelling at people for love. So this is like hard male culture over here. And this really tender, family man. Look, he's wearing like a parka. It looks like a mom sending a Boy Scout on a camp out, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, play nice with the kids at school. But I mean, it's a very touching. She actually like runs off. But this moment here, okay, so this moment here, two things are happening. One, Quint is goading, or what's the word?
Goading is a good word.
Yeah, okay, goading. Brody at this point, and say we're gonna get you laid or something like that. He said something very lewd, and she's like appalled by this character. But we watch Brody take his first step onto the boat, and it's like, wow, he's not, we saw him get on a boat before and he was drunk, so he was under the influence, and so that was, he's sober, he's taking his first steps into the boat, and that's when he is officially like, he's still scared, but he's doing it. He has
crossed the threshold for the hero's journey. He is departing the familiar and predictable home culture, well, for him at this point, and going into what's called liminal space. And liminal space is defined by a sort of nebulous wilderness. So desert, tundra, ocean. Ocean is one of the most famous liminal spaces. So this is like absolutely classic hero's journey. This is,
so it's
the Odyssey.
Perfectly demonstrated here, and she's just watching helplessly. At some point she runs off and in tears because I suppose a fear that she would lose her husband forever out there, but also she doesn't want him to be out there with this guy, because even though he's an expert at the field, or expert out in the wild ocean, if you will, it's just like something she just doesn't want to see. She's like, I just can't deal with this anymore, and she's out of there.
Well, and he's also completely he's out of his element, and he's totally overmatched. So Quinn is like alpha, greatest generation Navy man. And then
Yeah.
you've got alpha oceanographer, baby boomer. You know, these guys are like two totally capable guys from two totally different schools of thought and two totally different generations. And then Brody
Yeah.
doesn't seem to fit
Brody.
into this group at all.
Yeah. Only because he is the sheriff, I think, takes personal responsibility. He could have not gone at all and let those two handle it. But I think he wanted to be there after, the incidents with the Kinder mom, Mrs. Kinter, that he just felt responsible and needed to be there for this. He doesn't have to, because he could just let the experts do what they do. But he
Right.
felt he had to be there. He had to do this. This was something he had to do, and he had to face that water.
Right.
And this reminds me of back to the beginning again, when he first sees the girl's body. Look at how he's gripping his bag, he's terrified. And he looks back at what he really has to face. And he finally does it. And I love this
Great shot.
moment, right? Isn't this like one of the best shots ever? The boat kind of swings out and goes up down the this little canal here, and we see that through the shark's mouth, and it just is like a metaphor for what they're about to encounter. They're going right into the to the lair of the beast, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great shot. You get a sense that maybe someone was standing up there and like, we need to do a zoom in shot here
Yes.
of the orca departing through the, basically the skeletal jaws of a shark.
Yes, it was such a beautiful little touch. Only a few seconds, but wonderful. But there's the orca. Now I might have to understand that you have as a replica of the orca.
So my son, when he gets good grades, A's and B's, for a quarter, I will usually reward him with various things. And one of his favorite things to be rewarded with is a Lego set. And he is my movie buddy. And so he tends to target a lot of these Lego sets that come from movies. And there was a new Lego set that came out like 2 years ago. So this is brand new in the Lego world, but it is, be careful, I don't want to break it. It is the orca.
Woo! It's beautiful.
Yes, the orca ship, and it's very, very detailed. You see the yellow barrels there. You see the shark coming out of the water. I mean, it's awesome as far as a Lego set goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And he put all this time into it, and you can see in, and they've got all sorts of little details everywhere in this thing. So, yeah, I just had to show that because he put a lot of time into this, and I promised him I would talk about it when we're talking about Jaws.
Oh my God, so cute. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting us see that.
Yeah,
wow.
the USS the orca.
Yes. That was a wonderful treat. Now, the orca, just by looking at it, just don't, based on what we saw, you already know that this is a ship that's too small for this kind of creature. We saw a little bit of the size of it when it was swimming towards the estuary. You could get a sense for its size. It was huge. So I'm looking at this ship and I'm like, this is not going to handle. This is not going to handle that thing. But
well, and remember what Mrs. Brody was another thing that fed into her fear from the scene we just talked about. The last thing she saw in that shark book was a shark smashing through the hull of a ship. So, which is fortuitous because that's pretty much exactly what happens here.
Exactly. Yes. And there we have another example of sort of the two guys who really know what they're doing out there. And then we have Brody, who is like, he's freaking out.
He's got latrine duty.
Yeah, he's having some real issues and just panicking, really. But they're finding little jobs for him to do and keeping him busy. And I think that also is
well, and you see what's in his hand. He's got Old Spice.
Yeah.
He's holding Old Spice. So what he's doing is he's pouring Old Spice onto that handkerchief and then breathing in that because it's so much. that's why Old Spice has all these nautical motifs in their advertising to this day, because that was one of the things that sailors used it for, to help them with breathing in these awful, like they'd be bringing whales on board or whatever it was, and it was so noxious that it was hard to breathe. So that's one of the things that Old Spice was there to do, was to help you breathe in something pleasant when it was hard to breathe.
Yeah.
But also the big journey begins in a very calm way. You see, like, Chief Brody's struggling with a simple task, but the other guys, look at Quint. He's calm as a cucumber. He's legs are great. He's like, could be watching a ball game for all you know. And Hooper's back there getting something ready. But what I appreciate about the opening sequence is it gives the audience a chance to get oriented on what is it to go sharking, right? What is this expedition like? What are the tools and strategies human beings use in order to capture and kill a shark? And so it's a lot like in Moby Dick. In Moby Dick, you set off on the expedition and you get kind of acclimated to the life on a ship. And it is great, like you said, they show him kind of doing this menial chore work that's very difficult for him. And Quint is the captain, right? But Quint is also sitting in a seaman's or a fisherman's chair. That's a very specific type of chair. It's for pulling in big game fish or sharks. And that line is designed to catch these big fish like that. You won't see this chair after this. I don't know where it goes, but it's there, and then it's not there anymore. But yeah, it starts calm, and it really acclimates the audience to life at sea and what would be a round one approach.
Yes, and there is not much happens. And so I think also too, with the audience at this point, a lot of people get taken aback by the way things are so moving slowly. Is there, before it was like shark, dun, 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 and then something happens, and then you argue with the mayor. But now it's like, they're at sea, and it's a totally different shift of pace. You can feel it at this point. And
that's what I meant by the story begins with a heroine's labyrinth story structure. The elements are in place for a problem within the native culture. You've got a social apex character who's really the villain, which is the mayor. He has to be unmasked, or at least he has to be unmasked in this in order to get him to shift his position. You've got local politics. You have kind of a cult of deception in their attempt to cover up the shark. And so you have all the elements there. And then, like you said, suddenly there's this massive shift in tone and setting. And everything that all the characters and all that other stuff that we were worried about, it's now centered around Quint and Hooper, who were technically characters that came in briefly to the heroine's labyrinth situation. And now they become central to what is a hero's journey for Chief Brody. He is now clearly leaving the native culture, passing the threshold into liminal space, and he's about to face a more classic hero's journey monster, which is a monster, the shark. So there is a tonal shift, but it's also a structural shift, is what I'm trying to say as well. You've got the ship as this little tiny boat in this giant ocean.
Okay, so this is like one of to me, the cutest moments. Is there, we were talking about this rivalry or this tension between the two generations of characters in Quint and Hooper, and then just we get this moment where they're challenging each other almost constantly. And so
what's funny is Hooper doesn't really have a response, so his response is humorous because it's so underwhelming.
He does the same thing, but he does it with a little cup there. It's hilarious. And that's part of the charm of this movie, are these little moments of comedy that feel like I'm not sure if this was improvised, but it feels like it's an improvised moment, right? Like what else could you do? Now,
and every time I watch Quint, he reminds me of the kind of guys from my childhood. Those old beer drinking dudes, just chill, with that simple, hey, they didn't go to college. A lot of those guys, like my old uncles and stuff like this, hey, chief, next time you just ask me, like those kind of guys.
Yeah.
So, I think it's part of the character development here. These guys, they like their beer, they're chill, but they're also very confrontational and combative, right? They're quarrelsome. And then Hooper has this very baby boomer response. He's drinking out of a little paper cup. He's not drinking beer. And it's not tough to crumple up a paper cup. So this really isn't much of a response,
No, but you know what? When I saw this, it reminded me of an earlier scene where you had the kid like kind of not knowing exactly what to do in this situation. So he just copies his dad.
That's an interesting point. The mimicry.
Yeah, the mimicry, and I'm not sure if it was purposefully placed in the movie, but it is definitely one of those moments where you can see again two different generations, and there is a power dynamic definitely because we are on the Orca, which is Quint's ship. He is the master of that ship, even though Brody's in charge of the project all
He's in charge of the charter.
He's in charge of that ship. So he even gets to boss Hooper around, and he's like,
yeah. Well, and speaking generationally, that little boy, he that's us. He's Gen X. So this is how we're represented in this film as the little guy.
Yeah, the little guy. And they get their first encounter with Bruce, and it is quite interesting because we get to see how powerful Bruce is. We've got everything set up for possibly picking up a regular size shark. This is a mammoth, and so it's just pure chaotic mayhem, if you will.
Well, right. And there's even a debate as to whether he has a bite from a shark at all. Hooper's not even convinced it's a shark. It's not a shark. But this is sports fishing. This is easy mode for the guys, right? We're going to catch the shark using sports fisherman tactics, where you're in the reinforced seat. There's a platform for your feet to brace against. You've got this massive fishing pole with this really powerful fishing line that can withstand a lot of weight. And the idea is, you chum the water, which is what we saw Chief Brody doing. He chums the water.
Oh, yeah.
And sharks are attracted to all that blood in the water.
Yeah.
Then you throw the fishing line out. And this is a powerful fishing line. This is not just this is designed for big ass fish. That's what this fishing line is for. And sharks. And so once the shark gets it, the idea is you reel it in like regular fishing, which brings that fish closer and closer and closer. And then, of course, the idea is you shoot it, kill it, bring it on deck, and you've done your job. So that's what these guys think this is. As far as Quint is concerned, no problem. We'll use the sports fisherman strategy. And Hooper doesn't, he's like, yeah, that should work. We don't even, my stuff is for just in case.
Yeah.
And of course, you see Brody again. What am I doing?
What am I doing? And like, hold it. And it's just really, it's great to see. We finally get, for people who were worried about it not, having a lot of action. We got the action. And then we have this moment where he's being bossed around quite a bit, and so he is like, forget about it, I hate this.
Well, there's an exchange here. He's like, Hooper was convinced that there was no shark, and Quint is like, no shark, huh? He's like, don't you be telling me my business again. So he goes, well, it proves one thing, Mr. Hooper, that you rich, wealthy college boys aren't man enough to admit when you're wrong. And he's like, excuse me. And then I love this because this is so childish and unprofessional.
Yes.
And yet we're still kind of on his side with it, right?
He resorts to it because he has no other. Usually you resort to childish measures when somebody's most likely correct.
When you don't have an answer for it, but you don't like it.
Yeah. You're like, oh, you know what? Ooh.
Well, it
Here-
proves one thing, Mr. Hooper. I do love that line, but it's the first major salvo in this generational conflict. And the first salvo was him. He goes, "Don't give me this working class hero crap, right?
Yes,
I don't want to hear
yes.
that crap." And he goes, "Well, it proves one thing. You wealthy college boys can't admit when you're wrong." So they are marking their territory here. That there's two different ways to do things, and here Hooper, like you said, doesn't have much of a response, so he goes to the.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I feel like we're kind of on Hooper's side, even though we know it's totally childish.
Yeah, we're on Hooper's side. I think Quint has a mean streak, I guess you would say.
He's
And
self-destructive, and he's an alpha. He is willing to be confrontational to you. He's not afraid. He's not going to, if he doesn't like something, he will say it to you. He will put you down. He is going to challenge you and harass you. He is not going to back down. He definitely has a kind of overreaching personality. He was based loosely off Captain Ahab. We mentioned
yes.
Moby Dick. So, and I think you mentioned earlier how the actor Robert Shaw needled Richard Dreyfuss off screen in order to create this tension on screen, and I would have to say that was a complete success.
Yeah, there was a lot of tension, and I think I would consider it now that I looking at some of the footage of conversations off about the movie later on in years. I think their relationship was complicated, to say the least, because I think on the set tension, definitely, old school versus new school,
Right.
and a couple of incidences that happened that were that probably created some more tension. But I think also there is this incredible amount of respect for each other as actors, because later on you get to see that a little bit more. But yes, for sure, it worked to further along that. Yeah.
You feel the loathing that these two guys have for each other on the screen.
Yes, it's great. I mean, but
well, I mean, even little stuff like, I don't know if I can take this abuse much longer. Like, those could not have been in the script. That had to be something that came out during the filming because Richard Dreyfuss was really getting irritated. So you definitely get a personality trait that he deals with it through this sort of mockery. That's part of his self-defense mechanism.
Yes, it worked really well for it. And this is where we get the moment. Man. Okay, yeah, this is where we get it, the moment. Brody is chumming, and he is throwing out these big pieces of, I guess, fish innards.
Chumming. He's chumming.
He hates it. It smells horrible.
Well, and they're bickering too. I actually love, as a writer, I love the dialogue here because Quint gives Hooper an order. He's like, "Mr. Hooper, slow ahead." And Mr. Hooper doesn't respond. I think he's playing cards. And
yes.
And Brody's mad that Hooper's not. He's like, "You heard him, slow ahead." So it's like bickering brothers there. That dad said to do something, go do it. So he's actually mad in this scene. He's bitching at Hooper for not following an order. And he's like, you tried coming down here and doing my job. My job's tough. So they're bickering in this scene.
Yes.
And the scene is interrupted by the first real good look at the shark.
Oh, yeah. A nice close look at those beady eyes.
It's alarming even to this day when that shark pops his head out of the water.
Oh, it just happens for a few moments, and it's just the most terrifying thing. And the look on his face is like the reaction is perfect.
It is.
And I think that's what sells it.
The look for sure, but I also think that spring, that boink, the way he pops up out of the scene from one scene to the next, I think is like the exclamation point on it, because it's like 1 minute you're chumming and then there's the shark and then blink. You're just completely alarmed and stunned. I mean,
and he's gotten a chance to see the pure size of the thing. And so he's like, oh, snap.
No one else saw it.
Yeah, nobody else saw it. And he says, you're going to need a bigger boat.
Probably the most famous line in the whole film. In a film loaded with famous lines.
Yes.
This might be the most famous.
when he says that, you think, oh well, they're not going to pay attention to it, but no, they all pay attention to it and go out to look to see, what he is gawking at, and it is massive.
I think
I
this is
think
the first time that we hear the theme, the Jaws theme, in the Orca era of the film, or the Orca segment of the film, right?
yes, yes, and how long do they say that they estimate how long he is or how big he is? I think they said
He says from the
25.
dorsal to the tail. He's like, you tell from the, or yeah, he says that later actually, but yeah, but you're right. I think 20, and then the other guy corrects 25 feet.
Yeah, oh, it's incredible. So, um, he's the whole time for like a couple of scenes, you'll get to hear Brody say, "I think you're gonna need a bigger boat. Get a bigger boat, bigger boat."
Right. Okay. So
Everyone is totally ignoring him.
yeah, and it is Hooper estimates that the shark is 20 foot, and Quint says 25.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, and that's again, they're still sparring over who's making the read here. And we get a sense that whoever guesses the largest number is probably correct. Right.
Yeah, because that thing is huge,
Yeah.
and they really give you. I mean, you don't see the shark, but you get to see its body in the water, and you get to see the length of it. You get to see it move. There's just the camera work alone, and
Well,
getting that mechanical shark to work in that way, absolutely astounding.
it was astounding, and Spielberg was told, and I don't think we're saying anything that hasn't been. Do not try to film on actual water. Like, do not. This is an old standing rule in Hollywood. Like, do not be. Don't even try. There's so many problems with trying to film on open water. Don't even try. And Spielberg, the young guy who just ran that red light and ended up running into all the problems that people promised. Now, he had the will to stick with it, and ultimately it was worth it. But I also wanted to point out, and I've noticed it already in a couple of your stills, Spielberg made a conscious effort in a single shot to have all three members visible in
Yes,
single shots.
yes,
And so who he's focused on and how he sets it up, they're all doing something. Here, Quint, the alpha male, he's sizing up his opponent here,
yeah,
right? He's like, okay, this is the guy, and he's like 20 footer, and then he goes 300 tons. So our big cage fighter Quint realizes he's got a brawl on his hands here.
yes. I mean, this is the first time we actually see fear on his face. The whole time he's smugging it up, or anytime he's like, yelling at somebody or saying something obscene, singing randomly about Spanish ladies. But
Don't knock
this
those
time,
Spanish ladies.
yes, but this time he's like, look at that face. He's
I
like
love it.
really,
That's the look of a
oh,
warrior sizing up a fellow warrior in
yeah,
a combat to the
yeah,
death.
yeah,
Who is
and
this who's my opponent? And
yeah,
he's reading his opponent right now. You can see he's a little concerned.
yeah.
He's not, like you said, he's not cocky about it. He's like, this is tough. And this also is getting us ready for that sports fisherman phase, which is to shoot the harpoon which is attached to a yellow barrel. It's the equivalent of like a bobber, so that you can constantly track where the fish is. Because when the fish is underwater, you can't track it. With
Yeah.
the barrel, you can. So that's the next phase of the sports fisherman. But yeah, look, all these guys are sizing up this shark now that they see it for what it is, and none of them feel very confident.
Yeah, and the hunt is afoot, at least for
Oh, this is the best. I love this. This makes me laugh so hard every time.
yeah. And so you mentioned the barrels. They play such a big role in this movie, much bigger than it seems like you would think barrels can make any difference in a movie. It's huge, because from the barrels, the movement of those barrels, we can determine where the shark is, where Bruce is, how he's attacking, his formation. It's very informative.
Well,
Just
and
like
right, it is
the raft earlier. Remember, we got basically a precursor to the barrels and a small little section of the pier that broke off and
yep.
was attached to Bruce. We were able to see his movements without actually seeing the.
Well, and also, so the pier, but also the shark fin. We're at a stage in our life or culture where we don't even appreciate that a shark fin was a decision to show the shark without showing the shark. But it was a decision. Like, how else can we show the shark? Because sharks actually don't swim near the surface like that too often. So I remember reading in a shark book, God, when I was a kid, that sharks don't really do that too often. So the filmmaker used that fin sticking out of the water also as a way for you to track the movement of the shark without showing you the shark. And then now we're getting this third effort, which is the barrel. And not only does the barrel tell you where he is, it gives you it becomes a metric of the shark's power and strength if the shark is able to go underwater and pull that barrel under with them.
Yes,
so it becomes another metric that becomes very incredible. I remember watching this early on, even as a kid. When more he goes down with more barrels, it's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's powerful. He's powerful, and also you get a sense of speed and how fast he's going, which it can be incredible. So they're beginning their first try with these barrels, and
but also here, go back real quick.
Sure.
Is absolutely hysterical. I find the scene so funny. I start laughing before the punchline's even out. Brody, who is terrified of the water.
So yes.
And you can just tell by his body language. He's like gripping that barrel. He's ready to get the heck out. He wants to go somewhere else. He doesn't want to be on deck at all. And you've got Hooper back there kind of nudging, go out to the end of that, go out the end of that plank. And he's like, go on there. He just keeps repeating himself. And he's like, why? Why are you asking me to do this terrible idea? And he's assuming Hooper's got a good reason for why he wants him to go out there. And then finally Hooper's like, I need something for scale for a photograph. And he's like, oh, hell with you. I'm out of here. So it's so funny that he's trying to it reminds me of like little boys more than men at times, the way these power dynamics are working here, because Chief Brody, he's kind of taking advantage of Brody a little bit. He's like, go on, I just need scale. So it's a pretty big ask for a pretty minor request.
Yeah, and also close to around this scene, there is an actual moment where he's actually Brody is actually crouching, just trying to stay out of the way, because it in the sort of the hoopla of it all, the people who actually know what to do in the situation, and even have sort of like a code of they understand each other, is Quint and Hooper. Like Quint can say a few things to Hooper and he understands what those commands are. He can't really necessarily do that with Brody. So Brody is like sort of a third wheel on this like really crazy adventure. It's pretty funny. And we get a little bit of a reprieve. The shark goes under and we think
the barrel on him.
Yeah.
Okay, so I always interpreted this scene too. So they shoot the shark, just the mechanics of it, and this is important for storytellers because there should be what I call functionality, a logic to the action. Action becomes great when we understand it. That's why when you watch like Transformers and it's just a bunch of robots close up, like we don't get invested because we don't even understand the action that's happening. So in this, when they get close to the shark, they fire a harpoon gun, and the harpoon goes into the body of the shark, and it rips one of those barrels off the deck. And the ship is designed for this. It slides out, and the barrel goes tumbling over into the sea, but the barrel can't go under because it floats. It's powerful flotation device, and the shark will swim with it. And so Quint, you could see him there. He's holding that harpoon gun he just shot the shark with. And the shark does something unexpected. It pulls that entire barrel underwater. That's how strong the shark is. And I love it. The second it goes under, it cuts, and you get this image right here of Quinn. He's smiling, and I get a sense that he's like, guys, that's not what I expected. This is going to be a doozy of a fight. So I feel like this smirk is a smirk of a guy who knows they're up against it, and he's he's a sailor. He's got kind of a cavalier attitude about it. He's willing to get into this fight, but it's also, this is going to be a tough one, guys. I feel like that's what the smile is.
Yes, and I think it's a part of it is the ambition of, he's already gotten so many sharks before. This is the big one.
He knows what he's doing.
This is the enchilada. He's ready for it. And in his actions, back that up later on in the story. But we get to chill with each other.
That's one of the best scenes in film.
And first, it's not so tense. It's not so tense, but there is still, like, they're feeling each other out. Then they start drinking and then sharing each other's scars.
Right. And the worst. So this is another
so cute,
beautiful example of the clash of cultures. And as a writer, I have studied this scene for how great you can create dialogue if you understand what each character represents, how you can custom tailor the dialogue. All of Quint's war stories, or his injury stories, are perfect for Quint and the Great Generation. All of Hooper's stories are kind of science study accidents, right? So it starts off kind of, and like you said, this is rather a friendly exchange between the two men. All things considered, they've been at each other. They've butted heads. They've had some, he's to the point where he's making fun of him. This is more of a friendly showdown, but it is a showdown nonetheless.
Yes, it is a showdown.
Right. And it starts with, I think, a real simple, like, he lost a tooth. It's a bar fight on St. Patrick's Day in Boston, so like it's the ultimate Irish sailor story, right? Just that little bit of dialogue zeroes him in. Like, that's not a Hooper story. Hooper would never be in a bar fight. He wouldn't be in a bar on St. Patrick's Day in Boston, So what I'm saying is, when you're writing dialogue, this is ingenious dialogue. And then he shares a story about how he goes, a thresher shark tore through my suit. So he's telling, I've got this expensive scuba suit, and this thresher tore through my expensive gear. So, and that's not a Quint story. He would never be in a wetsuit, right?
Yeah.
So the stories where they're matching each other up are actually doing more than facing off with each other. They're totally driving home these characters to the audience. This is why we love these characters, because everything they do and say reinforces the character, reinforces. And now we don't forget these guys when the movie ends.
Yes. Yes, it's really great. And then even Brody even says, "Oh, I got a scar somewhere around here."
Yeah, he's like looking for like his little nothing of a scratch, right?
Just so he can be part of the whole thing. And he's sweet.
So they're kind of doing war stories and swapping these manly war stories, right? Each from the different background and perspective of the character. And then Hooper lightens creates the ultimate tension release, because it's still a competition with the guys. So he does what happens with a lot of these face-offs with guys. You make the big joke so we can all get off the ride, right? So he goes, "I've got a big one." He points to his chest, and everyone's like looking, and even Quint is like really leaning in, and he's like, "Miss Moffat, she broke my heart." And of course, it's funny, but not funny. It's hysterical to the joke, the guy who told the joke, which is Hooper himself. He's like slapping the table and out of control, laughing at his own joke, which relieves the tension for the audience too. Right? We're like, we can lean back in our chair. We can calm down for a second. And then Brody asks what seems like a very innocent question. He goes, "What's that one right there?" And Quint is like, "That there?" And he goes, "That there." And he grabs Hooper by the wrist. And he goes, "That there's the USS Indianapolis." And the whole tension that was released just goes right over the edge into the abyss. And we're right back into the most uncomfortable moment we could have imagined, where everyone gets quiet. And Quint tells a story that is one of the most famous monologues, I think, in all of film history. And Robert Shaw himself wrote this.
Well, a lot of people had tried to write this story or this little monologue, and so I mean, a long progression of different writers came, went at it. But I think Robert Shaw put the finishing touches
And he put the finishing touches on it pretty much during production, like right before the filming of the scenes.
Yes.
And what's amazing is, to this day, I don't care if I've seen this movie 100 times, you get quiet and you get uncomfortable listening to his story. Like you're still Matt Hooper in the background, completely captivated and unnerved by this horrifying story that doesn't seem to have an end. It just keeps getting worse and worse. And he's the storyteller. I almost want to say that this is what made me become a writer, because he has a line in there that I'm like, whoa. I was like, man, how do you write? How do you come up with this? He goes, you don't know that it's even alive until it bites you. And he goes, a shark's eyes are like dead eyes, like a doll's eyes.
Doll's eyes,
like,
yeah.
Whoa, like that's like the perfect metaphor for a lifeless doll's eyes. And so anyway, I remember as a kid just being enamored with the dialogue from this movie and wondering, who do you got to be to come up with these lines? Because look what great writing does to a scene. Look what it does.
It's one of the most important monologues in the history of cinema. There's a few that you will never forget. Like Blade Runner, that Rutger Hauer. Tears in the Rain. This is one of them. And there's no music at this point at all, no score, no nothing.
And the director knew. He got right up on Robert Shaw.
Perfect.
This is also part of great writing. So everyone from The Greatest Generation knew of the USS Indianapolis. That was a generational story. That was common knowledge. Maybe by the silent generation, they knew about it and they understood the context. By the time you get to baby boomers and definitely Gen X, I don't know what the USS Indianapolis is. I never heard the story. This is how I heard the story. So the way the story was written, the way the monologue was written, still gave me enough context to follow the chilling details of this event, this story, because this is a true story, to where I, as a Gen Xer, can listen to what he's saying and become equally horrified without any prior context at what the hell he's describing, because it is horrible. And of course, I think all of us at some point have looked this story up, and it's like, whoa, man, like, he's like, no distress signal had been sent. It's like the mission was so, secretive. And you're like, so these guys were just floating in the South Pacific with no rescue? Like, I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Without the sharks. With the sharks, it is a human psychological nightmare.
Yeah. They said that some of it was a little bit embellished for the movie, but on the most part, at least for anyone watching the movie, you're immediately like, oh, let me run and find out like a little bit more about this. You're curious, and which is great, because then it's another way of preserving history.
Well, it preserves
because
history.
I mean, how many people now know about the USS Indianapolis because of this movie?
100%. A lot of people, my whole generation, learned about the USS Indianapolis from this monologue in this movie. But it also does another thing. We've already seen his kind of off-putting alpha male antics, right? Well, now we kind of see where he got it, right? And it also really reinforces his alpha. It kind of reinforces his alpha status.
He's been through some stuff. He's been through some serious stuff.
Yeah, he's got credentials. This isn't just a blowhard sea captain. This guy survived. He was one of only 300 guys that survived the USS Indianapolis. Second, he also is one of the only guys. He delivered the atom bomb, which ended the World War II against Japan. This guy was on the pulse of these massive events. This isn't just another sea captain. This is a hero captain, right, in American history. So it kind of establishes. Look at Hooper. Hooper doesn't have a smart ass quip here. It's like Hooper. They've been headbutting, and now it's like Quint is the unquestionable big dog on this ship. No one's going to question that. Hooper doesn't have a comparable story. He could say, "Yeah, the Thresher shark chewed through my suit here," and and then when he tells him this story, there's no equivalent. So
Yeah.
I think this story asserts Quint as the unequivocal captain of this ship. And it also shows that he's got there's a streak of fatalism to him because he says, I didn't know if I'd live or die. And it also justifies something else that he said. He's like, I'll never forget waiting for my turn. He goes, a big PBY comes in. He goes, and I love the dialogue. He's like, a young man, a lot younger than Mr. Hooper here, which also is telling you that people younger than Matt Hooper fought and waged World War II. 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds fought World War II. So he's like a younger guy than even Mr. Hooper came in on this PBY. He goes, waiting for my turn. And he's like, I'll never put on a life vest again. So now we have really fused this guy's character. So when he doesn't put on a life vest, it doesn't look fatalistic and stupid. It looks like he's not going to do it. This guy, he doesn't need to. I'm with you. Like you don't want to put on a life vest? No problem.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? He would rather die than because what does a life vest do? It means you're going to float around in the water again.
Yes.
So it's telling you a very critical piece of information that this man would rather kill himself trying to kill a shark rather than any scenario that's going to result in him floating in a life vest in the water. So they just gave you this clue that if it's going to be life or death, or if it's going to be any possible, well, we'll wait for the rescue. He's like, we're going to kill the shark or the shark's going to kill us. I'm not going to be in a scenario where I'm floating in the sea. Not going to happen. So that's a vital clue because this is giving you the justification for what it would be a pathological fatalism in his character that we might not have understood otherwise, that self-destructive streak that he had.
Yeah. Then we go into like singing it about the Spanish ladies, and they're really just having a good time. And then these barrels come out of the water.
What's that?
The barrels just come out of the water out of nowhere, and we're like, what the hell?
It's perfect.
He's back, and he is charging forward toward the ship. We're like, this is no longer them hunting the shark. The shark is hunting them. So
right, they think they're safe.
Yeah, and it's one of the moments where I like jumped out of my seat because I was like, oh my God, they're just sitting there peacefully singing along, making a lot of noise, and the shark is just, there's 3 of them, yummy, I'm gonna have some I'm gonna have a good dinner tonight. And they have no
I
clue.
love it.
No,
so they're all singing. Even Brody gets in on it, right? The Boy Scout. And what's funny is so many people in our culture know this song. This song has lived on this was a nautical song from England.
Yeah.
And what I was going to point out, there's a lot of people might not know this. There's a movie from I think 1957 called The Buccaneers, and Robert Shaw is cast in this movie. So Quint, as a younger man, it's a black and white movie, is cast in The Buccaneers. And there's the scene in a cabin under this like galley type ship. And he's got this like ukulele, and Robert Shaw starts singing, "Show me the way to go." And he's singing it more like a charming bard where he's smiling, and he's singing it with the sea captain. And of course he's like, we've just received orders to sail to Old England. So Robert Shaw adapted the song to be Americanized, sail back to Boston. So, but there's another movie with Robert Shaw singing, Spanish ladies, farewell to you, fair Spanish ladies, which I love that. Because I was like, oh my God, he must have got this idea from this 1957 movie.
Yeah.
The Buccaneers.
Awesome. And we get the attack, and it's just pure pandemonium.
So
the power goes out.
So a lot of oceanographers will point out that sharks really don't do this. This is the part of the film that has been kind of criticized. I don't even know if criticized, but as not being likely what a shark would do, that they would ram their nose into a boat like this. But also true to this, the men are all lost in song, and the first person to notice that something's wrong is Quint. So he is the first to react.
Yeah. And one thing I was going to say is this. Yeah, you're right. This is total fantasy. And is following the typical tropes of a horror movie now. because the shark is really acting like a serial killer, where
Ah.
they go to the house and they turn off the power, right?
Mm.
They terrorize you into a place where you're kind of like you don't know whether you're coming or going until they finally strike, and that is what is basically happening here. We get the power shut off. He disables the boat to the point where they're in the dark and trying to figure out what to do. It's terrifying. I was very much like this shark is exhibiting human behaviors now and not actual shark behavior.
Right. And I've heard Spielberg in an interview, and this includes part of the description of the final scene, but his theory on film and storytelling and what you can get away with and why some people said, would anyone believe that a shark would ram a boat? And later on, would anyone believe that a shark would leap out of the water and land on the deck, in order to attack a ship? And Spielberg goes, it doesn't matter. He goes, you know why? Because I've got him. And he means us. He's got us, the audience. I've got the audience. And Spielberg gets us by convincing us it's real. All those scenes setting up the characters, all those scenes that look authentic, and seamanship and mariners and the islander culture. And, I'm an islander. Nope, you have to be born here. All of those things have one by one seduced us that what we're watching is a real world event with real people. And so when he finally does the little modification and does something that may not be as likely, won't matter because we're going to believe it. We're going to be completely bought in.
Yes. And at this point, I also wanted to say that Brody has gotten his gun from being a police officer.
Yeah, the revolver.
And it's like, do you think that's going to matter to this huge creature? But anyway, let's go with it.
Now they are introducing the rifle here.
Yes.
Then that rifle that's Chekhov's gun. Now they are firing it right away. I always found the scene interesting too, because I don't think Quinn thinks this is I don't think he would ever shoot a rifle at a shark. This seems like what a non-experienced guy would do, but it's showing me that he doesn't care. He's going to throw whatever he can at this thing because he feels like even if I scratch it once, it's worth it because he knows this is going to be a battle to the death. But I can't imagine many experienced sports fishermen grabbing a rifle and trying to gun this thing down like this.
Well, I think at this point we're really seeing him break down as far as making decisions that actually make sense for him to make.
Right.
He's starting to break down. And this grabbing the shotgun is one. Some other things that he does later. He is just focused now on getting the shark, but he's not really thinking. I believe, and completely clear. And at this point, it is just pure pandemonium. Everybody's like losing their mind.
Yeah.
Brody is like he's out of it, and he's just panicking with his gun, and then this guy comes with his gun. Like it's pretty wild.
Well, it's kind of like scrambling, right? You scramble the jets on a surprise attack. So this was a surprise attack by the shark.
Yeah, and the ship is taking on so much water. If there was a time to panic, this would be it. And
I love the shot.
Now, so some people say that is a UFO in the background.
Really?
Yes. That is evidence of a UFO that was caught on camera. But I digress. I basically picked out this photo because of the sheer panic that I was talking about in Brody's face. He's done all the facing he can do in the middle of the ocean, and now this could be it. This could be it. He is for sure pooping blue bricks.
Yeah, he's definitely nervous, and he already knew they needed a bigger boat, so he was ready to come into shore, ship to shore. We are coming in. Like he's ready to call this one already. So
yes.
Now that the shark is attacking the boat, and there's always that scene. I hate the scene.
Yeah.
Right after the shark starts pounding in, you see some of the water. There's a scene where it's like the camera is set low to the ground, and you just see water pouring into like this like square hole.
Yes.
And like sort of steam coming out. And I hate that scene because it's like you can't stop it. Like no one's observing this. And it's like you're watching like something fatal, like a fatal wound, just keep going unchecked.
Yeah. Oh, it is pretty unnerving. And the ship is in really bad shape. Like they may not make it back home. And so it's getting brighter outside, so it's the morning pretty much. And this scene here was pretty scary. I'm like, they've got their hands out there like it's like a little treat for.
Well, and they do set it up. He says he's like, if he runs, you drop it. I've seen sailors with their fingers ripped out at the knuckles. Like he gives them this little enough for even the audience to be like, "Ooh, yeah, I'm dropping that thing immediately."
Yes.
So there is a tactic here. So they've got the one barrel. So they're pulling in a rope. On the other side of that rope is the barrel. Okay. So what they're doing is they're trying to bring the barrel in. They're going to tie this rope to the cleats. And the cleats are this metal apparatus that you could tie a rope around and fix it to the ship. So the idea here is you tie it around one cleat, you run it, and you tie it around the other cleat. That way you just like a fishing reel, you're trying to bring the shark in close or the fish in closer and closer. That's what this is. This is the equivalent, but it's with rope, and you're trying to get that so there's less and less space between you and the shark. That's why this is and then you secure it. That way you've got a shark attached to the ship and you can kind of, get it at will. You can kill it easier. But
drag it into shore or whatever. You have more power, more ability to control what's going on.
You're limiting the shark's mobility is what you're really doing, and increasing your ability to harm the shark at will until you kill it. That
would have been a great tactic if the ship was a bigger ship, maybe.
Or if Bruce was smaller.
Right? If Bruce was smaller. This is just not the right size ship. But anyway, they're sticking their hands out as like a tasty little treat. And sure enough, who shows up? Oh
my God, totally.
I'm like, man, well, look, if I was a shark and there was some tasty little morsels sticking out of a boat, I think I might grab.
Oh my God, that looks good. And
we get a great shot at Bruce at this point, which is like, wow, he's huge. And we get his teeth and everything.
So Quint, the big experienced guy, who's like, don't, make sure you let go of it. The whole spiel, he's the one that gets the rope to burn his hands.
Yeah.
So he knew better and it still got him. So that's also a subtle clue that this guy is not up for this shark. The shark's still getting one over on even an experienced alpha male like Quint.
Exactly. He's over his head on this one, but is just not willing to accept it.
Right.
Brody does the smart thing. He's like, I'm calling this in. Let's get some help.
Right. Mayday, orca.
Yeah. Also, I forgot to locate this one. I believe his wife calls earlier the previous day.
Oh, yes.
And he's like, he's busy or whatever. And he just hangs up on her.
Yeah, well, he says he talks really fast and he's like, we just saw some like a school of fish and nothing to see here and everything's fine. And he'll talk to you later. And so he says they're not in any danger and then hangs up on her.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. And so I could imagine her, this is the next day, like waiting for him to at least call in. And, there's nothing yet. Yeah. He does the responsible thing. It's like, okay, we're over our heads. You're getting, your hand burned by the rope. Let's call this in and get some help.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's
Quinn
doing what
has lost it. He is
any of us would do what Brody's doing. All of us actually wish that he did it sooner. We might have even done it sooner. But yeah, he's like, do you have the photo of what happens? Or is that coming up?
No, I don't have because it happened so quickly. I couldn't get a still of it.
So he announces what he said. He announces his intentions. He's like, I'm calling it in. And he walks away, and you see Quint. There's a close up of Quint, like, look at the camera, kind of like, you're going to what? So Quint's already made up his mind. This is going to be a fight to the death. We're not calling this off. This is not going to be, there's not going to be a round 2. We're going all in, and there's not going to be a scenario where I'm floating. So it's all in, and it's to the death. That's Quint.
Yes.
He's like, I don't care if we have to come back out here. I'm getting the heck out of here now because we're not equipped for this fight, which he is correct. So all of us would do this. And then Quint comes in with a baseball bat and just starts smashing this thing. And I feel like the whole audience is like, what are you doing? No, you're crazy. And it's so funny. I always appreciate the acting here. Yes. Because Quint does it, and Quint knows that this is insane. He knows he's crossed the line. He knows he's put their lives in danger. And Brody's like, well, that's just great. And he's like, and then 2 seconds later, Brody's not going to do anything. And you can see Quint waiting to see what he's going to do. Then the second he realizes Brody's all bark, he's like, yeah. And he turns his back on him and he walks away. And I was like, man, Quint he's like, are you going to do something? No, then shut up. And he turns his back on Brody and he walks out. And then, of course, it's interrupted with, oh, boys. I always love that. He's like, he's come back for his afternoon feeding. So we're not off the hook. Like, we still got a shark to deal with.
Oh, it gets crazy. And, I love that moment because we get to see Quint completely lose it. It's another piece of evidence that he is losing control of his mental capacity to even do this.
Well, I think it's
clearly. He's not thinking clearly, because if he thought clearly, he would go back, get a bigger boat, and he will catch this creature. He's not thinking clearly.
Right. Well, he's not thinking clearly, but it's all he's pathological about this. He's made up his mind. This is going to be life or death, like now. So he wants to beat this shark now, and no one else is really on board with that.
Yeah, people are like, we want to live.
Right, by smashing the radio, he's giving them no choice. Like, now you guys are in this with me. We're going to the death. And at that point, you see the other characters. They're aware that there's no Mayday. Now we got to figure this out. We've got to figure out how to kill this shark because no one's coming to get us. There's no way back in. The captain is made up his mind. So they're all in it now at this point. So it's kind of a point of no return when he smashes that radio.
Yes. And they're pretty far out there. They're pretty far out there. Then we get another pass at Bruce, and I tried to get a good picture of him.
That's a hard one because it's more of a motion shot.
Yes. And they really show him to you and really clearly, but it happens so quickly, and then he's gone.
Well, they get another barrel on him here, right?
Yeah, then he's gone. He takes everything underneath. It's so crazy because you're like, okay, is he gone for good, or is he's gonna come back, right? Because he did that before. He went away and then he came back.
And there's the Chekhov's gun shot showing you what you need to see.
Yeah. So we see the air tank that they use for the scuba diving gear.
That's like the explosive bolts scene in 2001 where they show you what you need to know.
Yes, we get to see it. But there's, don't have to be very careful with these because they can, if they go off, they could blow this whole thing up. Mm-hmm. And so there is a moment where we get to see that, but the shark is attached to the boat. So they're kind of playing a tug of war with this huge creature. I mean, he's humongous. There's no way with that little boat. And so they're shooting at it. It's still, it's a struggle, but they're the barrels.
They have 3 barrels on him now. And Quint says, he went down with 2, Chief, but he's got 3 on him. He ain't going down with 3. So what happens?
He goes down with 3.
He goes down with 3, and I love it because Quint makes the declaration that no shark can go down with 3, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So when the shark pulls all 3 down, we know that he's never seen this before.
Yeah.
We suspected there's been all this evidence that he's met his match, but now we know he's met his match, and the camera zooms in and shows his reaction. He's like, like, what?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have an answer for this. So now even Quint is isn't too sure about his chances against this shark at this point.
Yeah. It's pretty
crazy. Right there.
You have to see this. Is so crazy when they're like still like struggling with this boat, and then all of a sudden the barrels come back up again, and it charges so fast toward this boat, and you're like, it's just barrels, but it tells you that there is something massive pulling those barrels. And
yes,
I love that language
yes,
of movement there, where we don't get to see him, but we see those barrels, and it terrifies you to see how fast it's moving towards the boat. And
yeah, right there's that look I was talking about. He's like,
yeah.
whoa.
Oh snap, we're in trouble.
and even that snapshot you have right there, he's seeing something he's never seen in his whole life.
Yeah.
So we said that the Indianapolis story cemented him as the big dog on this boat.
Yes.
Now the big dog is like, what? And so the scene you captured, Hooper's looking at him.
Yeah.
Kind of like, what next,
hey.
boss?
Yeah.
He's like,
you know what's gonna happen, right? No.
Yeah, he's not. Everything he knows about how to beat a shark is kind of out the window at this point. And this is where you start to see Hooper take a leadership role. Like maybe the baby boomer, we're going to try these goofball ideas, the science boomer approach here. That's kind of where the shift takes place. So you got a perfect screenshot there of Hooper being like, now what? And when there is no answers, it shifts over to Hooper's strategies.
Yeah. Ah, so good. So we get another like little glance at the future.
Yep, that's right.
So they put Hooper in this cage, and it was supposed to go down a little bit differently in the book. In the book, Hooper was supposed to die in this in this scene, because in the book he has an affair going on with Brody's wife, and there's like almost a sense of vengeance or relief that he dies, which is gross and disgusting. I think this was done a little bit better, but he was supposed to die in this. Was that it didn't quite work the way they thought it was going to work with the real shark in the cage activity. So they ended up having to make it so that way Hooper survives this, which is really wild.
Well, and there's some footage. Yeah, there's some great dialogue too. And I remember even when I was younger, because you're thinking, I'm not going in that cage. Who's gonna like that? What a terrible idea.
I know.
And then he's like, that shark will tear that Brody. That shark will tear that cage to pieces. And Hooper's like, do you have any better ideas? And it was like, and then the cut, they're putting the cage together. So the answer is no. There's no better idea. And I thought that's so effective because it's worthy to criticize this plan, and yet there isn't a better answer. So we go as far as advancing the story, we're going to do this anyway. And I thought that was a really good way to do that. And this is a real shark in this scene, by the way.
Yes, this is a real shark that they set up with a dummy, and it did not go well. So they had to abort the situation and just say, okay, why don't we make it so that way he's alive?
Yeah, and that's like a miniature cage.
Yeah, because that they could not find a shark that big, as big as Bruce.
Right.
Oh man! And Hooper goes to the bottom of the ocean to hide out there for a little while.
Yeah, but the shark pounds his way like through the cage bars.
Yeah, eats it up, just bites right through it, and then he comes up with this massive roar, and we get to see the inside of his mouth, and it's just like, oh snaps.
Well, and there's this really there's a very uncomfortable moment where Hooper's, I hate the scene again, one of those like scenes like, oh, he's in the cage and the bars are pretty much all moved aside, and there's this one scene where the shark is like he is in the cage and Hooper's like kicking at the top, and it's like, dude, you're cooked.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I'm like, there was that was shot so well, even though it didn't go as planned.
Right.
It just looks great. It looks great. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, I was so nervous for them. So now this is very, I would say, this is fantasy, right? And
Right.
sharks don't just jump on.
Yeah, this is like an insane attack.
Yeah, like just like I'm gonna get like these two little teeny tiny pieces of food. I think that just doesn't make sense. This is the moment that we get to really see more of his size. He's massive, and we get to see him just demolish this boat and try to get at these two. And
right.
it is terrifying as they are trying their best to avoid what's happening. He is just eating through the ship.
Right, like there might have the boat seemed like it was still usable.
Yes.
But after this encounter, the boat's done.
Yeah, I mean, he's eating it. He's literally eating the boat. And then just with the tilt of gravity.
I hated this scene.
Oh, it's awful. And
he's stabbing. He's got a machete, and he's stabbing the head of that shark with the machete. He pounds at this thing over and over again. But, that's like throwing spitballs at a battleship.
Yeah, it's not making any difference. And this was a very brutal death scene.
Well, it's the ultimate manifestation of your primal fear. You fell into the mouth and it closed in on you, and you're not getting out. You're going to be swallowed and eaten alive. And we have to witness this as an audience. Our greatest fear. I mean, the reason they called it Jaws is because that evokes the primal thing that we fear, which is teeth. Even like the movie Aliens, it just shows you that teeth, it strikes fear, and it's a primal fear. We can't help it. We're going to react to it. And we've been reacting to this shark the whole way through. Every time he opens his mouth, and now we have to watch a man go into that mouth and watch those teeth close down onto his stomach, and he's spitting out blood. And then there's even another shot a little bit later where that shark is up to his chest, and it's just a head and arms sticking out of it. And it's like, your worst fears have happened. It happened. You're dead. You're gone. You got eaten.
Oh, horrible.
And look what's right above his head. The life vest he swore he would never wear.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have this kind of moment where Brody is trying his best to see how he can survive this. He's grabbing things.
He's in the cabin.
Yeah, he's in the cabin.
There's a glass window there, and you're right. I think he's gathering the javelin.
Yes.
With the needle point at the end. And this thing smashes through the window, right out of the teeth into the cabin.
Like what? It just comes right up in. It's like, I'm like, wow, this is a real serial killer for a horror movie for sure.
But there's that lifeless black eye that it's alarming, right?
Yeah, and he just finished eating a whole human man, which is like, at least burp first before you go to take your next meal. Like totally ready for his next snack. Like, I'm getting all of you guys. I mean, and it just shows, like, if you really wanted to get into the psychology of this creature, he's vengeance is definitely something that we'd have to consider that is on the plate for this character, the Bruce is a vengeful shark. He
He's
doesn't
going
just,
to eliminate all the people that came out to try to kill him. You guys shot at me.
yeah,
Now
how
I'm going to
dare
eat
you?
you.
Yeah. Did you know who you're dealing with?
I was just cruising around eating bathers, okay?
Yeah.
Normal. And you guys came into my territory.
Exactly.
He grabs almost instinctively, he grabs the scuba tank and
Yes,
he
he's
throws it in the mouth. And I hate it because you could see like tattered clothing and like flesh and stuff on the teeth of the
yeah,
shark from Quint.
so
And I
awful.
like, oh man, dude, I don't want to see that. And he throws the scuba tank into the mouth. It's almost kind of like, instead of me, here's something else.
Yeah,
Almost
have
kind
this.
of an instinctive knee-jerk reaction. And the shark kind of rolls back into the sea, so it buys him a little bit of time.
Yeah, yeah. It was a great quick move, and he's panicking. He's just, and the ship is
Oh, the
going
ship is
down.
sinking.
Yeah, the ship is going down fast. And
Mm-hmm.
so it is definitely one of those moments. Like, I don't know how he's gonna make it, but he manages to get himself the gun, and he's got it strapped on his back. I'm like, that's some good thinking.
He's
And
trying.
yeah, and still Bruce is still after him. And then we finally he gets one shot, but it doesn't quite it doesn't work.
There's a
He
couple shots that go into the water and then there's another one that hits the shark like in the bottom lip because you see blood spurting out. But
yeah.
he's running out of bullets and he's running out of time. The shark is like on him. And of
Yeah.
course he's got the famous line here.
Which, yeah, die you son of
Smile,
a,
you son of a
yeah. I always think it's die, but it is smile you.
yeah,
Yeah.
smile, you son of a, and then the explosion kind of mutes out his what he calls him, and the shark detonates. And how satisfying, even to this day on multiple rewatches, how satisfying is it that this thing blows up and the threat is neutralized?
Yeah, it's so huge. This geyser that just like it's incredible. And then his response is like,
Ah!
that's how we feel. We're
Yes.
like absolutely, like, he's been terrorizing us for the last 2 hours.
Yes. And like, his plan was kind of ad hoc, which means no real plan. Like, we saw the scientific baby boomer approach. We saw the World War II seasoned veteran approach. And this guy throws a tank in him and he's like, I got a gun. And no plan. And this works. So you can imagine just how happy he is. He's like, oh my God, this worked. The shark is destroyed.
It's a wonderful response, and everybody is there with him.
And he's the unlikely hero,
Unlikely, not trained for this at all. He came in with a fear of the very place where he's doing battle. So it's just so incredible.
And he's soaked in seawater. He's
he's
not afraid of the water anymore.
Yeah, it's surrounding him. And so Hooper shows up, which is like,
yeah, he just pops up out of the water.
Man, I think that was such a great moment that he when he popped up, it's like, oh my God, we thought you died. It was sort of another fake out that's popular in this film. But
and he asks, he's like, Quint, and he's like, nah. It's like they get just enough just 2 words of dialogue to square that all up. And what's interesting is the movie actually doesn't officially end. I think a modern movie would have to get back to the town, and there'd have to be some sort of celebration that they killed the shark. This just kind of ends at this point, which is, it's funny. We're so relieved that the shark is dead. I think they completely get away with kind of a no other resolution necessary. But I think most scripts or films would want him to make it back to the town and show some sort of resolution with the wife, with the mayor, and tie all up the loose ends. This movie's like, nope, we killed the shark. We are done. And roll credits.
Yeah, it was really cool that they swim back to shore. I also wanted, again, the Captain Ahab situation with Quint, sacrificing himself for this ends bittersweet, right?
Yes.
you have the two of them swimming back, and the last line is, "I can you believe I used to be afraid of the water?"
So yeah, but it's done with voiceover,
Yeah,
almost like they added it later. And I think they're talking about like what day of the week it is, and but that ultimately is your resolution line. None of the stuff with Amity Island. It's purely he's over his fear of water, which is the consolation prize for this epic confrontation.
yeah, yeah. It just is fantastic. Couple of pictures here from behind the scenes. It's I believe it's Robert Zanuck here.
Oh, okay.
I love these behind the scenes shots.
Yeah.
There's Bruce. There's he's got like a little smile on his face, and
Wow.
Steven Spielberg, and the orca, just great. More shots of like them trying to manage this thing. How they did that, I don't even know. But
It's amazing. Yeah, and this movie is kind of like a famous example of production hell, right? Where
mm,
everything was going wrong. They were way over budget. The actors were quibbling. The shark wouldn't work. Spielberg was still technically kind of an unknown at the time. So there was everything seemed to be stacked against it. And I think Spielberg himself said he was having partial breakdown at times because he thought, he ran that red light and decided to film at sea and ran into every problem that Hollywood told him he would run into if he tried to do this. And so
yeah,
it seemed like this was absolutely a disaster. And there's actors and actresses that were like, we were embarrassed to be part of this at some point. We thought this was going to be a bust. And
Richard,
then,
for sure. Richard Dreyfuss was like, "Oh, this is not going to be anything." He actually said that in an interview, which was,
oh, he did?
yeah, yeah. And he was like, later he took it back, but it was he didn't think it was going to be that great. I mean, and if you were working on a set where it possibly they were still writing parts of the script and still like readjusting things, and the machine that was supposed to represent your monster kept breaking down, you'd probably think the same thing too, like, yeah, it's just a silly movie, but it turned out to be an incredible movie.
No, now, do you know that? So, right. And by the way, Steven Spielberg was adapting the novel.
Yes.
And did you know that Peter Benchley makes a cameo in the movie?
Yes, he does, and he makes a cameo as the reporter that talks to the mayor, right, on a 4th of
Yes.
July. On the
Yeah,
4th
here
of
I have
July.
a still shot, or let
Oh,
me
okay,
grab this
great.
real quick.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the author who wrote the book makes this cameo, and it's always funny because it's kind of a funny line. I thought he's like, "But there's been a cloud cast over Amity Island, a cloud in the shape of a great white." This news anchor like try to tie it in somehow, and I always thought that was a kind of a silly tie-in for a news anchor, but it's so effective for the movie. And you remember that line. So at the end of the day, it worked. It ended up being a good line. But
Oh,
that's the
man.
author. He wrote Jaws. He wrote the book, and this
Mhm.
was his cameo in the film. Oh
And
yeah, some of the
then
stills. Yep.
this is one of the promotional, stills that they used to promote the movie. This is, 3 characters, in the history of film that are just so beautifully tied together. When you show anybody this still here, or this promotional photo, they're going to know what film you're talking about, right? It's a household knowledge that these are the guys that at the end of Jaws really exemplify what this movie is all about. And then we have the Jaws, the bones of the shark that you kind of look into to kind of explain, like, this is what we're going to be facing.
Oh,
And more pictures of poor Bruce trying to work, and that last scene just incredible. Like, imagine being on that little pole right there and standing on there. Like, I'm in the water.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. As an actor, these would be tough shots.
Yeah, these are incredible feats, and more wrestling with and
Yeah,
then
that's
this
a
is
pretty
a
famous
funny
shot.
one. Yes, everybody knows this one. And I don't know. This one was another promotional one too. A drawing of Jaws in the background, and
Yep.
there's a few more. This is the mechanical innards of the shark. You could actually get models of this on maybe on the internet. They are
Oh,
available. Different places will have it, but you can see the inner workings of Bruce, and this would be how it looked like inside of him.
wow.
And here's
Yep.
an open shot, a real shot of him.
Wow.
How the robotics work. That's pretty impressive.
Very impressive. And saltwater just destroys this stuff. I mean, like destroys.
Yeah. Ah, and
That's
like a
that's what I got.
version, yes, that's a version of it. And the for the 50th anniversary, there was a bucket that was highly coveted. I wish
Yep.
I'd gotten one of those. And then these are the sequels. We got Jaws 2. Um,
Which I like Jaws too.
you did, and I don't remember Jaws 2. I think
Jaws
the
2 was the kids are more like teenagers and they do this like pleasure sailing, all bunch of them. They go out to sea and the shark attacks and they tie all their ships together to make like an island and the shark is attacking the ship and Chief Brody comes out to their rescue and he kills the shark at the end on a power line.
oh wow.
The shark is coming at him and he holds the power line up and the shark grabs the power line and electrocutes itself.
I
Um,
remember this. I remember this.
Yes,
Yes.
it's actually done very competently. It just doesn't have the same level of memorable characters at all
Yeah.
as Jaws, but it's a very competent, it's in the same general late 70s style film work. It's very competently done, and it's very good for Chief Brody, and his wife is in it again. So I actually like Jaws too. But if you're going to
And
watch a Jaws movie, it's hard to choose Jaws 2 instead of just watching Jaws again.
oh yeah,
So,
then I just watched Jaws again, but I did
right.
see Jaws 3, which was hilarious.
That had the
Um,
three. I remember it was a big deal in 1983 when it came out. Was it 83?
oh, you're better than I don't remember what
Let
year.
me see. Jaws 3. 1983. All right, I got it.
Okay, yeah.
1983. It was one of the earlier movies that had 3D. I
Yes.
remember going to the theater with those little goofy 3D glasses and being a little underwhelmed, actually shocked and like mystified because I'd never seen it before, and then also underwhelmed by the time I left the theater because the novelty of it wears off really quick. And then you
Yeah.
see that the movie has to go out of its way to like have things come at the camera to create the 3D effect. But
Yes.
it was like a spoof of SeaWorld, and it was filmed at SeaWorld in Orlando, and I've worked there. So I've actually met some of the people that were in the film and things like that. But and Dennis Quaid was in it.
Yeah,
Dennis Quaid was in
Quaid.
Jaws 3, so there was a little bit of, and so was Lou Gossett Jr. So there was some star power in Jaws 3 that we might forget about, but it was okay. It wasn't bad. It's just not as good as the original. And then Jaws 4 is rather famously terrible.
Yeah. It just
movie.
kept getting worse and worse. And then there is the last Jaws movie, which is cruel.
Is this real?
Yeah, this is the real Jaws 5.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a Jaws 5.
There's Jaws 5.
Cruel Jaws.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
So
How bad
unlike
was it?
So I don't know. It just was like pretty much unheard of.
Oh,
And
my
then of
Lord.
course I don't have a picture of it, but there we can't forget about Jaws. Was it 12 that was featured in Back to
The
the
Future Part
Future?
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, where they played the music. And speaking of the music, so John Williams does the music here, and so you get this first real matchup of Steven Spielberg and John Williams, and they Spielberg wasn't sold on the music. He thought it was almost simplistic and silly when he first, or not silly, but too simple. He's like, that's your theme, but eventually, obviously, it's one of the most iconic melodies ever written at this point. So, and obviously Spielberg and John Williams would go on to make some of the best movie soundtrack combinations of all times.
Yep, it's so classic. And let's keep going. We got Shark Week. So Shark Week started in 1988,
Oh
and
wow!
it's continued to this day. So every so often we'll annually every year we get a Shark Week, and happens on the Discovery Channel.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can't forget about Sharknado, which was pretty insane. They had 5 movies, and they're all silly, fun, good time.
I've seen the first one, and it's designed to be ridiculous and cult classic-y.
Oh yeah, and so all of the other ones are just as insane. And then and so that wraps it up for John.
Well, I will add briefly, there is a kind of a descendant franchise that's relatively successful, The Meg. There's The Meg and The Meg Part 2. My kids love those movies. They're a little on the Sharknado side, so they're a little campy, silly fun, but also they try to make it legitimately scary too. And I've seen them, and they're not bad. They're not bad films, and they're not going to reach the level that Jaws reaches. But for shark movies, they do pretty good, I would say.
Oh, awesome!
And then since we got that image up, I was going to point out that I sent one picture over retro. The gentleman who designed that poster, his name is Roger Castell, and he just passed away almost to the day a year ago. That's him right there. He designed this poster, and he's also famous for the other poster he did was Empire Strikes Back, the one with Han and Leia like this, and it's got Luke with the tauntaun and Vader in the background. It's very distinctive, very powerful painting, but it was him. And it was the book, the cover was a very like boring looking, almost phallic symbol of a shark coming up. So he took that almost like one-dimensional look and turned it into something that became iconic.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and then the other picture that I sent was a snapshot of Robert Shaw in that film, The Buccaneers. That's Robert Shaw with the guitar on his lap, singing Spanish Ladies to his captain and seamate there. Just singing Robert Shaw singing Farewell Spanish Ladies in a film that predated Jaws. So pretty interesting little stuff there.
Awesome. Let me just get that. All right. So we did it. We went through Jaws, this incredible movie. Any last words that you might want to say about this movie before we tie it? We say goodbye.
Well, just that it's one of my all-time favorite movies. It's infinitely rewatchable. You can watch this movie 1,000 times. It just holds up every single time. And there's even things that we didn't even cover that much. That the whole montage of the tourists coming in, and there's like a shark video game. I don't know why that always stands out to me when I watch the movie, Shark Hunter or something. And the movie just has so many little details in it, and so much effort went into creating a believable Amity Island that by the time you're out to sea, you are just hook, line, and sinker. And these characters have become archetypal and powerful and enduring. So I love this movie, and I always will. And my kids already loved it. It was one of the first movies I showed them that I thought might have been questionable judgment on my part, but they loved it too. So this movie will appeal to anybody, and I think it will continue to endure in time.
Yeah, I'm so glad that your children love this movie, and they appreciate and understand it, because I think that's the one thing I worry about some some younger generations, like understanding where a lot of this is coming from.
Well, it came out
Because,
for a re-release,
Mhm.
and so I took my whole family to see it on the big screen. I think it was last year, or it might have been earlier this year, in fact,
Oh,
and earlier 2025. Yeah, it was earlier 2025 because it was
that
the
helps.
50-year anniversary re-release.
Mm.
And so I took them to the theater to see it, and they were giving out these free posters. So my son Lucas has a Jaws movie poster up on his wall right now from
Oh
that. So,
my God.
and like I said, he made the Lego set right behind me there for Jaws. So, it still has appeal and power to it. So, and I would just recommend, if you are a writer or aspire to be a writer, a novelist, or screenwriter, and you want to know what it is that makes writing or stories magical, Jaws is one of the movies to study. And ask
Yes.
yourself the tough questions. Why do the work? Why does this scene work? Why do I feel this way when I watch this? If I hit pause, what details are selling me that this is a real place? And
Mhm.
you'll find there's like one or two, details in the background that sell it. And then as a writer, what you need to know what those two details are, and those are the two details you put into your story. So, Jaws is loaded with these sort of little Easter eggs on how to tell a great story. Loaded. You can hit pause anywhere and ask yourself a bunch of questions and learn a
Uh,
lot about storytelling from this film.
oh, absolutely. And the devil's in the details. You can find so many moments. You just stop the footage and just ask yourself, what is this telling me? Like those moments in the beginning where you see Brody like clutch himself and then he looks at the ocean. It gets me every time I see that now. And I'm like, oh, that's really going to play a big part in his psychology. This is what's going on in his mind.
Yes.
There's something out there that he fears. He fears the water. And he knows he has to face it. And those cues, those details are the things that really make this storytelling so powerful.
Yeah,
Uh,
like the scene where they meet Quint in his like den, and he's like, "Pretty good stuff, Chief. I made it myself." And Chief Brody takes the sip and holds it in his mouth and then spits it out. And then Hooper he goes, "Don't drink that." And he drinks. He's like, like, why is that included? Why did the director think that this should be part of the story when you would think it has nothing to do with it? I mean, there's dialogue assigned to this little shot that they're drinking. It's peach schnapps. Like, why? It says something about Quint. So, and I also think that when the director met, you said there was a gentleman that was on the island that they kind of modeled their sea culture around. I
Yes,
have a
his
feeling
name is
that happened.
Craig Kingsbury.
Right. So as a writer, you have to pick out, like, if I met this like actual sea captain on an island, maybe he's like, "Oh, you got to try this shot." I'm like, "Oh my God, this is awful." Well, that did something to whoever experienced that he's like, this is what you'll find in the sea captain's den. Homemade peach schnapps that no one else can tolerate except the guy who's making it because he's convinced himself this is good stuff. And it's not.
Yeah.
So little stuff. I mean, this movie is loaded with these little lessons for writers. And I definitely encourage writers to spend time on Jaws.
Oh,
It's a
yes,
treasure trove.
definitely. I would tell everyone, please do check out Douglas A. Burton's channel on YouTube. There's a link for it in the description. He's an author. And what else would you say? Any other descriptions for yourself?
Well, yeah, I'm a storyteller. I love movie like retro. I grew up loving these movies, and like retro, I've spent an exorbitant amount of time asking why. Like, why do I love these movies? What is it
Yes.
about these movies? Why is Jaws great and then Cruel Jaws not? One movie's doing
We
something that I
haven't seen it yet.
right. So like there's something in between. There's something there that I like to say. So I'm a storyteller. I'm a movie buff. I love movies, especially from I would say I don't know. I love all movies. You can go to any era and I would zero in, but I would say 70s, 80s is probably my the era that really captured me. So yeah, check out my YouTube channel. I love to talk about films and stories today and yesterday, and we'll have some great discussions. In fact, I had a great discussion with Retro Nerd
Yes.
Girl and Cameron Pasha on 2001: A Space Odyssey was one of my favorite conversations. So if you want to listen to that, you can hear that one as well.
Awesome. Yes, it was fantastic, guys. So do check that out. In fact, I'll put a link for it in the description of this as well.
And if you were wondering what I was talking about with the hero's journey and the heroine's labyrinth, I'm also the author of a book called The Heroine's Labyrinth, where I discuss the inward journey, which can be seen in many films across the board and novels. And it doesn't replace the hero's journey or anything like that, but it works in conjunction with it. And this movie happened to be one of those perfect films that starts as a heroine's labyrinth and ends as a hero's journey, and both are equally important to the story.
Oh, yes, it's so clear to see too. If you haven't done so already, please do subscribe, like, and do leave me a comment. Let me know if how you feel about Jaws, if one of your favorite movies. What are your thoughts? What any other details that you want to chime in on the discussion? And just want to let you know that YouTube is going to suggest a video for you to watch, so click on that to support the channel. So we're heading out of here. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Bye, everybody.